It's 6 o'clock. We've got everybody here, so I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Thursday, January 9th, 2025 special meeting of the Boulder City Council. I'm going to start with a quick announcement, which is about boards and commissions recruitment. So if you're looking for an opportunity to get involved, the 2025 boards and commissions recruitment period is now open until January 31st, 2025. Find board and commission descriptions and vacancies online at bouldercolorado.gov/government/boards-and-commissions. Appointed members can now participate in person or virtually for hybrid meetings, and members also receive a free RTD EcoPass to enjoy unlimited rides on RTD trains and buses. City staff will hold a boards and commissions open house on Tuesday, January 14th from 4:30 to 6:30. Please come by and get your questions answered. And with that, I will wish everyone a happy new year. Go ahead and call us to order and ask Elisha to please do the roll call.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. And again, happy 2025. We'll start tonight's roll call as usual with Councilmember Adams.
Present.
Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts.
Present.
Councilmember Marquis.
Present.
Shuhart.
Here.
Spear.
Present.
Wallet.
Here.
And Weiner.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thank you so much, Elisha. And now I'm going to request a motion to amend the agenda to do two things: to add item 2G to our consent agenda, which is consideration of a motion to approve changing city council meetings on January 16th and February 6th from in-person to virtual pursuant to BRC section 2-1-2, and also to remove item 3A, which was consideration of a motion and second reading to adopt ordinance 8677, designating the property at 3168 6th Street as a individual landmark.
Second. Oh, so moved. Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. I think I got 7 there. So that passes. The agenda has been amended. And we are now going to go to our item 1A, which is the Martin Luther King Jr. Day Declaration to be presented by Councilmember Adams. So Taisha, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and Happy New Year, everyone. So I'll read the declaration, and then I will invite Dr. David Humphrey, who is the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at CU Boulder. All right. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all. And he challenged all people to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect union. The King Holiday and Service Act, enacted in 1994, designated the King Holiday as a national day of volunteer service. Since then, millions of people have been inspired by the work and life of Dr. King to serve their neighbors and community on the holiday. Dr. King led the 1955 Montgomery bus boycotts, and in 1957, he became the first president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. While serving as the president of the conference, he helped organize the nonviolent 1963 protests in Birmingham, Alabama, and the 1963 March on Washington, where he delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. My favorite part about that, this is an add-on, is that, and I'll be brief, is that this incredible Black singer whose name I can't remember at the moment, was next to him, was said, "Tell him about the dream." And that because they were all talking last night. So I just love the impromptu moment of that moment, that like the personal came into that very magnificent speech. And the best point dots were almost a year and a half. And then to continue, on October 14th, 1964, Dr. King was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for combating racism and equality through nonviolent resistance. Dr. King helped pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. In 1965, he also helped to organize the Selma to Montgomery marches. And in 1966, he and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference took the movement to Chicago, Illinois to protest segregated housing. Dr. King also passed U.S. and world leaders to work together to address economic inequality, poverty, and the suffering and injustice caused by the Vietnam War. Dr. King's hallmark approach to activism was to promote peace and nonviolence. He chose and encouraged empathy and diplomacy in pursuit of structural change. His teachings and contributions are immortalized to this day, and the legacy of his work continues to inspire us to carry the torch in addressing present-day challenges, inequalities, and injustices in our community. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare January 20th, 2025 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and urge our fellow community members to celebrate the spirit of this day by seeking out and acting on opportunities for service in our community. Thank you for the city for putting this together and all of the incredible work that we're doing in this area. And now I would like to pass the Zoom room mic, if I will, to Dr. Humphrey.
Thank you, Councilperson Adams. That was Mahalia Jackson that you were referring to, who told him to tell him about the dream.
Thank you. I wasn't planning on talking about it, but I just had to tell that part because it's one of my favorites. But go ahead.
I'll be brief in my comments as well. I'm deeply honored to receive the declaration. My heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved in selecting me to be here tonight. This moment really holds special significance because Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose legacy we celebrate today, was a fellow brother of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Our fraternity's ideals, leadership, brotherhood, academic excellence, service to all mankind, and advocacy for the downtrodden shaped Dr. King's sense of purpose and vocation, just as they continue to shape mine. Dr. King's vision for the beloved community calls us to this higher standard of engagement and action. And I want to remind us that it's not a superficial act of service or a pursuit of hollow harmony, nor is it grounded in color blindness, which erases difference and values comfort over transformative tension. Instead, Dr. King's beloved community challenges us to continue to confront injustice and embrace diversity, authenticity, and the hard work of reconciliation, mutuality, and reciprocity. Today, Dr. King's ideals are often diluted and romanticized or misinterpreted to fit narrow agendas. His fiery sermons are sanitized and made palatable to uphold systems of privilege. And too often his, quote, "I have a dream," end quote, speech is reduced to this idyllic image of children holding hands. But this act of joining hands was never the root goal. It was the natural outgrowth of relationships reconciled within the beloved community. And without a commitment to this vision, even well-intentioned efforts will fall short. King understood that, quote, "the destiny of freedom of one is inextricably bound to the destiny and freedom of the other," end quote. His conviction that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere reminds us of our interconnectedness, because we are tied, as he said, to this inescapable network of mutuality, a single garment of destiny. And in our current social political context, we face this pervasive threat of erasure and avoidance, especially for those who have been historically marginalized. And avoidance may feel like a refuge, but it is an accomplice to oppression. And ignoring complex truths will deny our humanity and betray our shared responsibility. And this is my charge to you and everyone listening. We must resist the temptation to allow the mythos of supremacy and exceptionalism to be our guiding light. These false idols perpetuate division and dehumanization, and instead let mutuality, empathy, and the dignity and worth of every human being be our guide and our path forward. We must also resist the temptation to run from our country's history of racial terrorism and violence. Our path forward must reckon with its history, not ignore it, because reconciliation requires truth-telling, accountability, and courage to confront injustice head on. So let this honor serve as a call to action. Resist complacency, confront the issues of our day with courage and clarity, recognize that our freedom is tied together, that none of us can truly be free until we all are. Dr. King's legacy is not a finished story, y'all. It is a torch passed to us, lighting the way for collective liberation and radical love. And so let us honor his life by embracing the transformative possibilities of the beloved community. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Humphrey, thank you so much for those inspiring and powerful words. Appreciate that so much. That is exactly what we needed to hear. So thank you very, very much. And thank you, Councilmember Adams, for your powerful reading of the declaration. Okay, well, thank you very much for that. And we are now going to go to our consent agenda, please.
All right, thank you. And thank you again, Dr. Humphrey. Our consent agenda is item number 2 on tonight's agenda, and it consists of items 2A through 2G.
All right, great. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda or a motion? Mark.
When you say comments, I have comments on one of the items, and should I make them now or should I make them a little later?
Feel free to make a couple comments right now, if you'd like.
Okay. I'm trying to find my comments. Let me first, I had a couple of questions about the lodging business assessment area. It seems to, as I understand it, it is coterminous with the city of Boulder. Is that a common practice?
Mark, did you want to answer that question? Mark Wolf?
Yeah, happy to. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Mark Wolf, Assistant City Manager. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Wallach. Typically, they are coterminous with municipal borders. That is the case in Fort Collins and Denver.
Okay. Thank you. Have I lost the thread? Are we not approving ordinance 8666 tonight, or do I have the wrong date?
You do have the right date, but that's our public hearing for tonight. So we'll
Okay, very good. My comments on that will await the public hearing.
Okay, very good. Matt.
Appreciate it. My comments center around the prospect of going virtual, and I just want to express my deep disappointment at that prospect. Having a handful of people run us out of our own building, I think sends a really bad message to our community. It wasn't long ago that previous council stood in front of the NRA and armed individuals who were absolutely outraged from their point of view about our gun violence prevention measures. And previous councils stood firm, stood together, and said we weren't going to get bullied out of our building. And I'm disappointed that in this instance, we're going to be bullied out of our building. And I think that sends a really poor message. And I wish that we, one, knew this was coming. I think most of us saw that this was going to escalate the way it did. And we're taking the actions now to run away rather than to stand firm and say, no, this is not what we stand for. We're not going to get run out of our building for people protesting. And there are things we could do while staying in our building to keep people safe. And I wish we had pursued some of those interests. So I'm probably in the minority on this, but I'm just disappointed that that's the place that we chose to abdicate our leadership and responsibility and retreat to our home offices instead of standing firm in front of community to show strength.
Thanks, Matt. I have a thought, but I'll let Taisha and Mark go.
I also voted, or rather didn't vote for that, but for a different reason. I believe we need to stand firm for our community members to be able to talk to us to our face. And we need to be able to figure out mechanisms to be able to do that. Coming from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, where people were active with guns and things were high tensioned and high stress, we had very complex prep. We had very clear guidelines, and there was faithful, everybody knew what it was and what would happen when you get one, and that's it. Right. And so I am hopeful that when we do return, because it did pass, that those things are in place. And I'm disappointed that we weren't able, that we think it'll take this long to be able to allow our community to and our community has a right to protest, so I want to honor that as well. But no one has the right to break the law. And really, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Rule of law. Thank you.
Thanks, Aisha. Mark?
Matt, I 100% share your sense of frustration. But I do believe there's a purpose to what we're doing. And the purpose is that we will be reviewing our various procedures and processes and how we conduct our meetings. And I think we will come back with a better set of procedures that will address some of the problems that we're having. I don't like it any better than you do, but I'm supporting it because I think there's an underlying purpose to give us adequate time to consider our possibilities and alternatives and come back with a better set of rules and procedures. And that's why I support it. Not because I like it. I'm an old New York boy. I don't like getting run off my turf. And it rankles, but I understand why we are conducting ourselves in that fashion, and I hope we will be productive and come up with a better way of operating. And that's the only reason I'm supporting it.
Thanks, Mark. I'll just call myself here and just agree with what Mark just said, and would not characterize this as being run off, but instead a brief pause while we can reassess our responses to some of the disruptions that we've seen in council chambers to make sure that we can keep all attendees of our meetings safe as well as city staff. So if we do approve this, I'm sure that we'll take advantage of that pause to get things in better shape for the next time that we are in person. Okay, Tara.
Actually, all I want to say is my internet where I am is unstable, so I'm going to mostly have my camera off. So I don't want anybody to feel offended, but that's fine. Okay.
Okay, understood. All right, Elisha, can we go to seeing no other hands raised then? Elisha, we go to a vote on the consent agenda, please? I understand that will be a roll call vote.
And we need a motion in a second, sir.
That would be a helpful step, wouldn't it? So I would invite a motion on the consent agenda.
I move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, now we have a motion and a second. Thanks, Nicole and Mark. So Alicia, how about that roll call, please?
Of course, sir. Can we start the roll call tonight for the consent agenda items A through G with Councilmember Adams?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes, but a no on 2G.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Brockett. I'm sorry, Mayor Brockett.
Lauren, we just switched spots. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts.
Yes, but no on G.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquis.
Yes, but no on F.
Thank you. Shuhart.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
Yes.
And Weiner.
Yes.
The consent agenda items A through G are hereby approved unanimously with the duly noted yeas for F and G.
Noted nays, I believe.
Noes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks for that. If we can move to our first public hearing, please.
Thank you, sir. Our public hearings are item number 3 on tonight's agenda. 3B is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8680, designating the property at 575 Euclid Avenue, City of Boulder, Colorado, to be known as the Shirokin House as an individual landmark under Chapter 9-11 Historic Preservation, BRC 1981, and setting forth related details.
For that, Mr. Mayor, we'll go straight to Marcy Gerwin.
Welcome, Marcy.
Thank you. All right, good evening, City Council, and Happy New Year. Let me get started. There we go. All right, so I'll begin with the procedure for quasi-judicial hearings. I'll pause here for council members to note any ex parte contacts, any site visits or conversations about the property at 575 Euclid. Hearing none, we'll move to the staff presentation followed by the applicant's presentation. After that, the public hearing is opened for community member comments. After each of those presentations and comments, council may ask questions, and then after the final public comment speaker, the applicant may respond to anything that was said. The public hearing is then closed and council will discuss the decision. A motion requires an affirmative vote of at least 5 members to pass. Motions must state findings, conclusions, and a recommendation. And finally, a record of the hearing is kept by staff. The criteria for your review for this individual landmark designation is found in section 911.1 and 911.2 of the Boulder Revised Code, which determines whether it meets the criteria for review, including whether it's in balance with the goals and policies of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. The options in front of you this evening are to either approve the designation, modify and approve, or deny the designation. This application was submitted by the property owner in September, and since then we've reviewed and approved 2 landmark alteration certificates for exterior changes, including a rear addition, window and door replacement, and construction of a new garage. On December 4th, the Landmarks Board unanimously recommended to designate the property as an individual landmark, and the first reading passed on consent agenda on December 19th, and that brings us to this evening's public hearing. This property is located in West Boulder in the Rose Hill neighborhood on the north side of Euclid between Gilbert and 6th Street. The property was, or the house was constructed in 1959, and it is an example of modernist style using the Usonian form, evidenced by the intersecting curvilinear walls that extend into the landscape, interconnected 1- and 2-story volumes, strips of ribbon and clear-story windows, and a sculptural metal chimney. It also expresses the Usonian style in the walls of stacked concrete blocks with expressed mortar joints and scalloped roofs with cantilevered eaves. The accessory building was designed by L. Gale Abels as an artist studio and is complementary to the house. It features high ceilings, exposed wooden beams, and expansive windows that allow for natural light. The building meets the city's significance criteria and is historically significant for its association with Philip and Cecile Sirotkin, the original owners, and later owners George and Betty Woodman, and Everett Brown and Louise Patton, and for its association with the development of the modern movement in architecture in Boulder as one of the finest modernist houses built in the 1950s. About 25 years ago, the property was determined to be potentially eligible for listing on both the local and state levels. Cecile Sirotkin designed the house in collaboration with architect Titian Papachristou. Cecile was awarded a Marshall Field Scholarship to study at the Institute of Design in Chicago at the age of 16. She later earned a Master's of Fine Arts at the American University in Washington, D.C., and worked as a senior designer for the Marshall Field and Company in Chicago. She and her husband, Philip, moved to Boulder in 1957. She was a leader in the development of the arts in Colorado and is credited with researching and writing the legislation that helped fund original art in all public buildings. She also helped coordinate the first Colorado Women in the Arts program in 1979. Philip worked at the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education and developed the mental health education program. He became director in 1976. Artists George and Betty Woodman purchased the house in 1967. Betty was an internationally renowned ceramic artist with works in museums including the Whitney, Metropolitan, Denver, and Brooklyn museums, and she was also locally active, playing a key role in establishing Boulder's Pottery Lab in 1956. George was also an artist whose paintings reside in the Guggenheim, Denver, and Brooklyn Museum collections. Married couple Everett Brown and Louise Padden purchased the house in 1997, and they are known for contributions to the international and local art scenes themselves. The city worked with Louise Padden in 2013 to recognize the house as a structure of merit. The property is architecturally significant as an example of modernist style using the Usonian form, and through its association with architect Titian Papachristou, who designed the house in collaboration with Cecile Sirotkin, and L. Gale Abels later designed the accessory building, which complemented Papachristou's design. Both architects were influential in shaping Boulder's architectural identity during the mid-20th century. The property is environmentally significant with site characteristics that follow the natural contours of the site and the curvilinear layout and horizontal orientation of the inside and outside, maximizing the connection between the built environment and nature. The recommended name for the house is the Sirotkin Woodman House, recognizing the two earliest owners, and the proposed boundary follows the property lines. With that, the Landmarks Board and staff recommend that the City Council adopt Ordinance 8680, designating the property at 575 Euclid Avenue to be known as the Sirotkin Woodman House. We welcome the owner, Charlie Bond, and as well as Sherry Bells, the architect who has designed the more recent changes. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Marcy. Do we have any questions for Marcy on this presentation? Right. Seeing none, then should we go to the applicant for their presentation? All right. See, I've got a hand raised from one of the attendees. Looks like we need to make somebody a panelist. All right, are you about ready to come online? There we go.
Oh, there I am. I don't have a presentation because Marcy did such an excellent job and I want to thank her. I want to thank my client, Charlie Bond, for buying this house and wanting to preserve it. He actually grew up in Boulder and was friends with the Woodmans and spent a lot of his childhood at this home. And so I think Boulder is very lucky to have someone like him who wants to preserve such an architectural gem. And I want to thank you all for considering its landmarking.
Thanks so much. Any questions for our applicant? Seeing none, I think we can go to the public hearing then, please.
Excuse me, Mayor, Sherry, can you confirm that Charlie, who's on the call as the owner, is he wishing to speak under the owner's presentation?
He is on the call. Let's see, let me text him. Let's see what he says.
Hi, this is Charlie.
Oh, there he is.
I had a little trouble with the technology. I'm on the call, and I think everybody else has summed it up. And yeah, it's a great house. Looking forward to moving in.
Great, thanks for being here with us and moving this through the process. Okay, Well, let's go to the public hearing now, please. There are 4 speakers, each of whom will have 3 minutes to speak. And our first 2 speakers are Leonard Siegel, Cosima Kruger Cunningham, and Lynn Siegel.
All right, can you hear me? This is Len. Great, thank you. Happy New Year, City Council. Speaking on behalf of Historic Boulder, I want to start by saying that the property that the council is considering as a landmark tonight could be one of the last in Boulder. This is an unintended but likely outcome of the family-friendly, vibrant neighborhoods rezoning you are considering. The increased density promoted by this upzoning would target older homes in town, many of which are small buildings on larger lots. It would certainly encourage the demolition of historic properties, especially ones not in an historic district. There are hundreds of unprotected historic properties in Whittier and Uni Hill, plus many Black American sites in the Goss Grove neighborhood. While Historic Boulder is supportive of ideas to make housing more attainable for the workforce, we would ask that you direct the city planning staff to develop some language to strengthen, not weaken, the ability to safeguard historic properties that contribute to the spirit of Boulder. We also recommend that you double the number of preservation planning staff employees to handle what we predict will be an avalanche of applications for demolitions. The proposed Sorotkin Woodman landmark is a great case in point. It's a smaller home on a large lot. The notable people who have lived there and the modern design features certainly qualify it as an individual landmark. The cutting edge design of this building illustrates how the 1950s and 60s were the most highly progressive era in Boulder. Architects like Tish and Papachristo set the groundwork for the innovative community that Boulder has become. His groundbreaking designs of homes, apartment buildings, and businesses, plus his work on NCAR, set a high standard for the generations that have followed him. I had the great pleasure and good fortune to work for Tish in New York City. He was an inspiring designer and a progressive social thinker. Another aspect of this landmarking that's significant is how it demonstrates the beneficial trade-off of preserving a legacy property in exchange for leniency on the property setback. The owner can now build a garage where there was none, and in exchange, the city gets a unique and significant property that is preserved. You should know that when this property went on the market a few years ago, the realtors were marketing it as a tear down. This building as a tear down. With that mentality, the proposal of the family-friendly rezoning will most likely result in the demolition of the unprotected, innovative homes designed by people like Papachristo, Hobart Wagner, and even Charles Hartley. Thankfully, the applicant for this landmark, Charlie Bond, saw the value of this property and is motivated to save it. Historic Boulder hopes you will support its landmarking tonight and considers some extra language in your rezoning proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Cosima Kruger Cunningham, Lynn Siegel, and Daniel Howard.
Mayor, I do not see Cosima online tonight.
All right, then let's go to Lynn Siegel, please.
It's another no-brainer from the county this morning, which had an ADU for an aging mother-in-law proposal. I know we're pushing ADUs in the urban centers, but what is it that these people with a small lot and a chicken coop and they sell seeds in the summer have to go through a special site review to get an ADU on Cherryvale? I mean, what has the world come to? So this one, of course, the beautiful scalloped Papachristo. Yeah, of course. Yeah, yes, duh. Tell me something I don't know. Done.
And our final speaker is Daniel Howard.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your time. Though this parcel follows precedent standards for landmark status, I'm against this historic landmark approval given its potential for negative impact on the overall economic welfare of the city at large. welfare being a requirement in BRC 90-11-1, subsection A. Though there's also a lack of broader cultural and public-facing significance, such as museum status, beyond the acknowledged noteworthy architecture of the single detached homes design. Per the Urban Land Institute, which is a conference in May endeavor, a relevant paper discusses this issue, preserving history or hindering growth, the heterogeneous effects of historic districts on local housing markets. To note, currently about 1,200 of approximately 120,000 parcels, or 1% of Boulder's parcels, are landmarked in Boulder. This is less than a 3.2% of parcels preserved in New York, but approximately equal to that in the Bronx. In the paper, economists and policy analysts posit that constraining redevelopment via landmarks may negatively affect overall economic welfare. This is because preventing parcels from naturally increasing in density, i.e. expanding ADUs or partitioning, essentially reduces its highest and best value use of a parcel that could house multiple families instead of one. They explain that land prices may actually decline in preserved neighborhoods because properties no longer have the option to add more housing units. The result is less community wealth created, although sales prices may increase for individual existing units. This may meet the goal of enhancing or increasing property values in housing costs, which is an explicit goal of the Landmarks Ordinance, but this is at the expense of and counter to the overall economic welfare and affordable housing goals of the city. Historic districts of homes, which often lead to higher property values, price out lower income residents and reinforce economic inequalities. Though I value landmarking significant and culturally at-risk historic sites, I remain concerned about the long-term impacts of excessive landmarking contributing to increased housing costs that likely are not balanced with increased value in tourism or cultural value landmarks bring. I'll end with a quote attributed to Pele, the Hawaiian goddess of fire and volcanoes. Buildings come and go, but the power and supremacy of this land continues forever. Lastly, as a compromise as relates to 8666, I'm open to encourage mixed use or multifamily developments in areas outside of designated historic zones to address housing shortages without compromising preservation efforts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the public hearing. I'll just ask if the applicant wants to respond to any of the comments that were made. I'm seeing a head shake. Okay, then I'll come back to council for a deliberation if anyone has some thoughts or a motion to make. A little quiet tonight. Lauren.
I guess I could just jump right in with it. I would like to make a motion that we designate this property, a motion to adopt ordinance 8680 designating the property at 575 Euclid Avenue, City of Boulder, Colorado, to be known as the Sortkin Woodman House as an individual landmark under Chapter 911 Historic Preservation, BRC 1981, as well as adopt the staff memorandum dated January 9th, 2025, as the findings and conclusions of council and setting forth related details. I want to thank the applicant for bringing this project forward. I had the opportunity to tour this house once, and it is one of this doesn't weigh into my decision. My decision is entirely criteria based, but I will just say that I personally love this house, and it is just such a beautiful example of this modernist style in our community. And I'm really excited to see us landmark it. So, thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Do we have a second?
Yes, we do. You can have it.
Okay, Kara got the second, I think. Great. All right. Well, let's go ahead and have a vote on the motion in front of us.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll start the vote for item 3B, for the adoption of ordinance 8680 with Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquis.
Yes.
Shuhart.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
And Adams.
Yes.
Ordinance 8680 is hereby adopted unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. And thanks and congratulations to the applicant for bringing this forward. Really appreciate your dedication to this very beautiful and historic property. Okay, I think we are ready to go to our second public hearing of the evening.
All right, sir, thank you. Our next public hearing is item 3C on tonight's agenda. And it is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8666, amending chapters 9-2, review processes, 9-6, use standards, and 9-8, intensity standards of Title IX, the Land Use Code, BRC 1981. To amend density and intensity standards to allow development of additional dwelling units in the residential Rural 1, residential Rural 2, and residential Low 1, residential Medium 1, and residential Mix 1 zoning districts, and to amend review procedures and use standards to reduce regulatory requirements for certain residential developments and setting forth related details.
Thank you, Alicia. And for this, Mayor, this is one of your council priorities coming back. I know it's been before you, and we will turn to Carl Geiler to start this conversation.
Thank you very much. If the city clerk could bring up the presentation, please. Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Carl Geiler, Planning and Development Services. We're going to talk about the Family Friendly Vibrant Neighborhoods Project, as Nuria mentioned, is a 2024 and 2025 City Council Work Program item. This project grew out of the Zoning for Affordable Housing project. The last time that we discussed this before council was on October 17th, where the council provided direction before we began the drafting of the ordinance. So we're returning with the ordinance tonight. It's ordinance 8666. I wanted to convey, and it's also in the packet, that Planning Board recommended approval of this ordinance on a vote of 6-1. They considered it on November 19th, and then the following day, the Housing Advisory Board considered the ordinance and unanimously recommended approval. Next slide, please. So the purpose of tonight is for council to consider the ordinance and make a decision on the ordinance. Just to talk about what's composed of this presentation, I'll start off with the City Council suggestions from September 2023, which led to what we looked at and focused on for this ordinance. For this discussion tonight, we're going to focus mainly on 3 topics, which relates to the zoning changes to a number of zoning districts, the RMX1, the RR zones, and the RL1 zone, and the RM1 zone. I'm not going to be talking about the other components of the ordinance, which we've talked about in the past, and there was consensus among many of the council members and planning board members on this. I'll conclude with a statement of compliance with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, our conclusion, and then the suggested motion language. Next slide, please. So really quick, when the Zoning for Affordable Housing project was considered by council, there were some suggestions at that hearing to include the scope or move on to a new project that would basically include some other zones. So that's why we took a look at RMX1, RM1, and the RL1 and RR zones, looking at additional housing density in lower density areas of the city. Kind of moving on from the Zoning for Affordable Housing project, which really focused more on industrial areas of the city, commercial areas, mixed use areas, in higher density residential areas. We firstly started talking about exempting out some missing middle housing in the zoning code in order to get more missing middle housing, and I'll talk more about missing middle housing on an upcoming slide. That kind of evolved more into exempting out 100% permanently affordable housing projects from site review relative to ones that don't have modifications requested. So that is included in the ordinance before you tonight. We also have included some changes to the minimum thresholds for site review to encourage more housing, as well as some incentives for mixing uses in industrial zones with residential. And I'm not going to talk about those 2 latter items for the sake of brevity of this presentation. Next slide, please. So the point of this ordinance is to increase the amount of missing middle housing in Boulder. which I'll point out is a housing type, not to be confused with the income range. What missing middle housing really relates to is duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, things of that nature. They're more modest size housing units that give people more choice and more income ranges, and would hopefully, by adding housing, would impact the rising cost of housing and try to mitigate that increase. So we've done extensive outreach on these concepts through the Zoning for Affordable Housing project and this project. Much of the feedback from 2023 and 2024 has been summarized in previous presentations, as well as attached to the memo. As evidenced by recent correspondence, there are mixed opinions on adding housing in a number of areas in the city, particularly in the lower density areas. There are proponents that talk about adding housing will help add to the needed supply in the city to help mitigating that rising cost. But then there are others that find that housing should only be allowed if it's deed restricted, if we're changing the zoning. We have heard from some commenters from some neighborhoods like Uni Hill and Martin Acres that have requested that they be exempted from these changes based on the impacts that the density of those neighborhoods that they currently experience, and that by adding more housing could exacerbate those impacts. We've also heard from some folks that have requested that the ordinance apply to most of their neighborhood to allow more housing opportunities. So we've heard the full range. Next slide, please. So the first focus of tonight is to talk about the RMX1 zone. That's the mixed density residential zone. These surround the downtown. This is an area of the city that contains our oldest housing stock. So as a result, we wanted to be thoughtful about the character of these neighborhoods. This area has experienced a number of rezonings over time. It was largely developed as detached dwelling units before being rezoned to high density residential for many decades, and then later rezoned back down to a low density residential zone. So that explains why there's a mix of older, smaller, single family homes mixed in with multi-family apartment type buildings. So that's kind of created the character of these zones. But it is a unique area of the city. It includes Whittier, Goss Grove, Mapleton Hill, or portions of these zones, West Pearl and Uni Hill, that are the oldest neighborhoods in Boulder. They tend to be more walkable. They were built before the car and include walkable 15-minute neighborhood type neighborhoods that allow people to walk to businesses and things of that nature. So next slide, please. So the comprehensive plan does call out this particular zone as a unique area where there are, in the past, there's been parking and traffic impacts, as well as pressures on the historic housing stock that have led to some of these zoning changes. So it is called out specifically in the comp plan. So what we're recommending to City Council tonight are things that are consistent with the current Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. So in this case, we do have to take credence of what's written for this zone in this area, the land use designation, and also propose things that are within the density ranges that are allowed under the current comp plan. So in this particular area, because of the changes that have been seen over time, it has 6 to 20 dwelling units per acre as a density range. Next slide, please. So this map shows the importance of the area that we're looking at based on the age of housing that's in the area. So if you look at this map, you can see that the concentration of darker blue shows that it is the highest concentration of buildings that are over 50 years old in the city of Boulder. So for instance, when we look at the city citywide, 50% of properties have a building that are over 50%, or I'm sorry, 50 years old. When we look at the RMX1 zone, that jumps up to almost 70%. So we've kind of looked at this zone with a little bit of a different eye. Next slide, please. So these are some of the pictures of the character and some of the housing stock that we have in these neighborhoods that are certainly very important for protection. We have the University Hill neighborhood, Goss Grove, Whittier, shown in these slides. Next slide, please. So the proposed ordinance would modify the required lot area per dwelling unit from 6,000 square feet to 2,500 square feet per unit. So for example, on a 6,000 square foot lot that today would only allow a detached dwelling unit, you could have 2 units, you could have a duplex. Or a slightly larger lot, like 7,500 square feet, you could have a triplex. But what we're proposing is that the floor area ratio, height and setback regulations, coverage limits, all those regulations that currently apply to a single family or a single unit would apply to a multi-unit building as well. So this would keep the character the same in terms of scale and massing. So that's what's proposed as part of this ordinance, and we do have some other criteria, which I'll talk about on the next slide, please. So there have been some examples in other cities that we've looked at where if there's been changes in zoning that allow more housing units within areas that have a lot of historic housing stock, there's been some unfortunate loss of historic buildings. As a result, some developers have come in to demolish those buildings to rebuild, to get more units on their site. So that's why we've looked at this a little bit closely to understand how to try to mitigate that. In order to address this concern, there is a requirement that proposes that the density increase does not apply in instances where a developer or property owner either illegally demolishes a building, does it without permits, or in a case where if there's a building that's demolished after a finding of probable cause, that it may be eligible for landmark designation. Those particular instances would not be subject to the allowed increase of density. So we're trying to disincentivize people from demolishing buildings that are over 50 years that are either designated or have historic significance. Next slide, please. So this intent is to allow additional housing units and encourage adaptive reuse in this area while maintaining the neighborhood scale that exists today. So as this slide shows, units could be added in a variety of ways. It could be with internal structural changes within the building that add units through the construction of additions or a second building on the site in the backyard. It could be on a vacant site. Or through demolition of any building that isn't found to have any cultural or architectural significance. Next slide, please. So the proposed language that we have within the ordinance recognizes the concentration of Boulder's oldest housing stock in RMX1 and intends to reduce the development pressure on these places that are significant to Boulder's history, maintain the distinctive neighborhood character of these neighborhoods, and encourage development that aligns with the existing scale of the neighborhood. The density increase would apply to a majority of projects in this zone nonetheless, and not just the ones that are designated. So we wanted to be clear about that. Staff finds that this change would be consistent with the goals of the overall project. I'll point out before we move on to the next topic that Planning Board recommended approval of this change on a vote of 7-0. A secondary motion recommended that the language in the ordinance be simplified, so that is reflected in the ordinance. So moving on to the next topic. Next slide, please. So the next topic is the RR zones and the RL1 zones, which are our lowest density residential zones in the city of Boulder. You can see it covers a wide swath of the city. You can see the RL1 in yellow, and you can see the RR2 and RR1 in a slightly lighter shade. So in this case, we took another look at these areas for consistency of could we add housing units. We talked in prior presentations about how we looked at gross density in these areas to see if additional housing could be allowed. And if you could click on the slide, bring up the characteristics and locations and uses, the things that we have to take into consideration for compliance with the BVCP here is that we have to make a finding, obviously, that the resulting product of housing being added consists predominantly of single-family detached units, as it's reflected in the plan today, and still fits within the 2 to 6 dwelling units per acre. So these are the things that we've looked at in this analysis. Next slide, please. So in this case, it would be looking at allowing duplexes on any sized lot that's within 350 feet of a mapped bus corridor. So we've included Appendix J, which includes the bus routes that are RTD routes. And we're again proposing the 350 that was discussed in prior presentations. You can see the graphic that the same FAR, same lot coverage, same height, same setbacks would apply. It's just that a property owner would have the ability to split their home or build a duplex within the same scale as what exists in the neighborhood today. Next slide, please. So the 350 feet from the corridors represents a 30% increase in potential units in the zone. So that basically means that 30% of all the lots in these zones would become eligible. We've suggested either 30% or 40% in order to stay true to that predominantly single family intent within the plan. We did subtract some bus routes from the map, like CU routes and seasonal routes, which did have a change since we talked about this in October. So what that did is it dropped the number of the percentage down to 30% when before we were talking about 40%. So that's why we've raised it as a key issue as part of this review, that if the council wanted to go up to 40%, that buffer of eligible lots could be increased to 550 feet. That's something that planning board had recommended approval of. So we hope to get feedback on that from council tonight. Next slide, please. So we found that this proposal would be consistent with the land use designation in the low density areas of the city. It would fit within the 2 to 6 dwelling units per acre. You can see this is the map that shows the eligible corridors for discussion, and we were recommending approval of that. Next slide, please. So the next zone that we're looking at is RM1, which is a medium density residential zone. So this is where the characteristics are described on this slide. It includes a mix of housing types similar to RMX1, and it allows 6 to 14 dwelling units per acre. These are areas that are shown in orange and typically tend to be in the areas that surround shopping centers in the city of Boulder. Next slide, please. In this case, the proposal is to modify the open space requirement, basically reducing it from 3,000 square feet of open space per dwelling unit down to 2,000 square feet of open space per dwelling unit. So this is one of the zones where it's a little nuanced in that it's not easy to necessarily determine how many units are allowed until you actually have a designed plan, how much open space that qualifies as open spaces in the design. In this case, we're adding a little bit of flexibility by dropping down to 2,000. Next slide, please. So in this case, we found that this is a fairly modest increase. This zone only accounts for about 6% of the city. I think only about half the zone or less than half the zone would be eligible for this. So that drops it down to a very small percentage. We felt that would allow, a roughly 20% increase over time in this particular zoning district. We've worked with other city departments on this proposal. I think based on the scope of this zone being much smaller, the loss of open space is not a great concern in the sense that we're talking mostly about lawn area and small green space landscape areas rather than sensitive environmental or wildlife protection areas like you see outside, the growth boundary of the city. So in this case, this is a modest change to allow some additional units that would be walkable distance to commercial centers. Next slide, please. All right, so there's a number of different BVCP housing policies that apply to this project as I've raised within the memo. In this case, I just wanted to highlight some for City Council. So staff finds that the proposed ordinance would be consistent with the current BVCP land use designations and policies that are listed on this slide for a number of reasons. The change would allow for more housing types citywide, expanding options in terms of size and cost. And this would be consistent with policy 7.07, mixture of housing types, as well as policy 7.10, housing for full range of households. The ordinance would allow more housing along transit corridors to encourage transit use and moves towards the city's goals for 15-minute neighborhoods. This would be consistent with policy 2.16, mixed use and higher density development. It would preserve the scale and character by applying existing detached dwelling unit limitations like FAR and coverage limits, setback limits, height limitations to sites. and apply those to duplexes and other missing middle housing types to preserve that character. And that would be consistent with policy 2.10, preservation and support for residential neighborhoods. Lastly, it would incentivize adaptive reuse of buildings and avoids incentivizing demolition of buildings that are over 50 years old in areas that have the highest concentration of historic housing stock. And this would be consistent with policy 7.08, preserve historic housing stock, and policy 2.30, eligible historic districts and landmarks. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, staff is recommending approval of the ordinance to council. We find that it's consistent with the original goals that were outlined for the project, allowing a wider area of the city to have more housing options, concentrating housing in areas that are walkable along bus corridors, near mixed use areas. In this case, over the long term, again, this is talking about if everyone were to decide to add the housing, it has the potential for adding over 7,000 housing units over the long term, but it would move over time towards the goal of trying to add more options for a number of different types of people in the city. If there were changes that go beyond what we're talking about tonight, this is obviously something that we're looking at as part of the 2025 BVCP update. So where we could be looking at other missing middle housing opportunities. So that concludes my presentation. Next slide, please. We've provided the suggested motion language should the City Council agree. And with that, I'll end my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much for that, Carl. A very informative presentation. Really appreciate that. And I will turn to council and see if anybody has any questions for you. Tara.
Yes, I just have a quick question about RMX and going from 6,000 all the way down to 2,500, which is square feet, which is more than half. Carl, can you just tell me, and I can't remember from the last time we talked about it, what this looks like? Why did you decide on 3,000 in the first place? And will this have any visual, any negative visual impact, I would say? And is this, and so that's my first question. And my second question is, I was thinking about your disincentive, if I can only say that word, disincentive, help me, Aaron.
Disincentivize.
You said it right.
Go ahead, Carl.
Disincentivize.
Disincentivization. So I was thinking about this demolition issue and what Leonard said earlier with the other topic. And I'm wondering if do you think we're doing enough to disincentivize demolition?
We feel we are.
Or are we? Okay.
We feel that the guardrails that this would put up would just at least highlight the need for people that are considering adding units within their building, that they're going through the proper processes of looking whether there is any kind of historic significance to their building that might need to be preserved. But I mean, again, we're talking about any buildings that are over 50 years old. So there may be some that go through a process and they're not found to be eligible, and they'd be able to move forward. But for the most part, it's raising attention so that people design their projects in a manner where they're trying to adapt an existing older building to allow the additional units. And to get to your other questions, we don't necessarily see that there would be a big visual change with this. In fact, today in the RMX1 zone, a lot of these floor area ratio and coverage limits do not apply to any buildings other than detached dwelling units. This would be applied to all buildings now. So in a case, it would actually keep the scale smaller than what is actually was allowed in the past for the most part. So we feel that those are adequate protections. And as far as our proposal for the 3,000, I think originally we were, as I pointed out in the presentation, there are some sensitivities in this area related to parking and traffic and congestion. So we started with the 3,000. We've presented that to council and planning board, and there were direction to move to the 2,500. But that kind of informed our analysis.
Okay, we got Tina and then Ryan and then Nicole.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. That was really helpful. In the RMX one, when you showed the visual, and we talked about this a little bit at the last meeting, if we had a 30,000 square foot house, currently the owner can do a duplex, but this zoning change would allow it to be transferred into a quadplex. Is that one way of describing the change?
I'm sorry, how big would the lot be?
Oh, I think the lot was 7,000 on your
Oh,
on the
in the
example.
example, it just because it's 2,500 per unit, the lot would have to be 7,500 to have a triplex. You would have to have 2,500 more square feet in a lot to have a quadplex.
Okay, so when we think about what the outcomes of this change would we anticipate more 1 and 2 bedroom units or more 3 bedroom units? Do we have an idea of what would happen? And is that something that we've sort of thought about?
We haven't done any estimations as far as what would result in terms of number of bedrooms. I think obviously if people are incentivized to do more units on their site, they probably would do a smaller number of bedrooms. But not always. I mean, we have seen some examples, particularly in Goss Grove, where they've broken up buildings and each unit has, more than 2 bedrooms. So I think it just really depends on what they want to do, what a developer wants to do, or I think there's a wide range of different lot sizes in this zone. So there's kind of a lot of opportunities for different types of units with different numbers of bedrooms.
Okay, because sometimes the density of people is different than the density of units. So it could be a lot of times we sort of our metric is the number of leases that are out or the number of mailing address, but it doesn't represent the children that are living in a building or other people in the building. So I have a particular interest in lifting up the family part, which I'm defining narrowly as somebody with a child, and just we're pretty good at building 1 and 2 bedroom units in the city. That's something that we've been very good at, but I am looking for that 3 bedroom point for some that I think we've heard consistently is more difficult to find in the middle housing type. And that's a particular area. So I'm interested. Well, I put it in my hotline. I'm wondering if we have seen municipalities that were able to provide incentives to create middle housing that was more on a 3 bedroom, and then try to disincentivize going to 1 bedroom units, where we find that there's a scarcity of one type over another.
Mhm. Yeah, I think we'd have to do more analysis on that.
Okay. And then for the increase or the ability to do duplexes in the RL, in the residential areas, does this also allow for triplexes in certain cases if the lot is big enough, or is it just duplexes?
In this particular proposal, it's just duplexes. The zoning for affordable housing project did allow triplexes, but it would be on a much larger lot. You'd have to have over, I do the math in my head, I think 21,000 square feet on a lot
Okay,
to get a triplex. So this doesn't change that, but we've not included triplexes in the scope of this project.
okay, so that would be, and obviously nothing, no quadplexes or anything like that either. So that would be something that would be revisited in a couple of years through the Boulder Valley Comp Plan or.
It could be.
Mhm. And then currently we're maintaining the parking requirement. So
We
there's,
are, obviously, we're analyzing that as part of a, separate parking related project.
okay, thank you.
So I got now Ryan, Nicole, Mark, and Matt.
Thank you, Carl and the team for all this great work. I have a question about historic landmarking. On page 15 of the memo, I read that a reduction from 6,000 square feet of lot area to 2,500 square feet would apply to most residential projects with a couple of exceptions. One of those exceptions, the second one, is that if there is a finding of probable cause that it may be eligible for landmark designation. That jumps out at me because I would intuitively think that if it were designated as historic landmark, then that would be the standard. But this says if there was a finding of probable cause that it may be eligible, and I don't see anything after that to say, and then there's a follow-up to determine that it actually is historic. And if my understanding is correct, probable cause would mean I don't know if it's a committee, it's the LDRC that has 3 members, and one of them could say that it could determine probable cause. And if I've got that right, and I may not, so that's really my question, but if I do have that right, that would seem to imply a much higher, or I guess a lower bar for what would be caught up in the sort of historic process that would stand in the way of this type of upzoning. So I may have my facts not completely straight, so could you please help to clarify if that's right or if there's more to it?
Yeah, I may have to defer to Marcy Gerwing on this, but the intent is obviously it does hold a higher bar in the instance where somebody wants to make alterations to a building that's over 50 years old. And if there is an identified probability that might be a landmarkable structure, the hope is to move them in the direction of landmarking to keep that density. If they were to not move forward with landmarking, they wouldn't be entitled to that density. Again, this is going to be a very small instance considering all the properties in RMX1, but avoids the loss of historic housing stock. I don't know if you want to add anything else to that, Marcy.
I do, thank you. Marcy Gerwing, Principal Planner in Planning and Development Services. And a key distinction is that the applied density, the increased density, would apply to designated properties, non-designated properties that are keeping the existing building or keeping at least half of the existing building, either through an addition or a second building, et cetera. What this is kind of shaping the way the density is added is saying that if an eligible building is demolished, then the vacant site could not be redeveloped with the increased density. So it's the demolition, it's the loss of that eligible building. And to your second point about who makes that determination, we've proposed that be made at that initial review. It's the most expeditious way, within 2 weeks, with some, I think, pretty good understanding of what the eligibility is, determining whether there's probable cause to believe the building may be eligible or not. And would just take the opportunity to share that in the last year, we reviewed about 130 demolition applications. 90% of those were approved at the initial level, finding those 90% were not eligible for landmark designation. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's historic.
Can I colloquy on that?
Yeah, I was going to call it. Yeah, go ahead, Ron. Sorry.
So I guess I'm wondering, in that initial review, how many people does it take to essentially sort of call something up or give it this to find it eligible? And also, I guess in my understanding, having gone through this process before, sometimes it feels like things are sometimes deemed eligible because there isn't a complete set of information to go off of, and it can be a way to pause while in order to look deeper into something. Would you say that's correct? And if that happened and then people were to determine that there isn't enough to landmark it, would then demolition be allowed?
So a couple questions in there. First, the who determines that or who makes that determination is based on the age of the building. So the code provides that a committee of 2 landmarks board members and 1 staff member review demolition applications for buildings built before 1940. And it does take just 1 person to refer an application up to the board of those 3. And then for applications for buildings that are built between 1940 and 1975, that's a staff level review that we make with our preservation team. Your next question, could you please cue that up again?
Sorry. Okay, so just to clarify, so 1 person could say that this is eligible and that would keep this property in perpetuity from being able to add another unit?
If the building is demolished, so yes, it would be 1 person that could make that determination. And then the applicant would have the decision to either continue with the demolition review process at the landmarks board level or revise their redevelopment plans to keep at least half of that eligible building, in which case they would qualify for the increased density. But if they demolish the building, they would not qualify for the increased density.
Okay, so
if I
if
can
1,
just, I'm just going to add to that a little bit, if I may. So Brad Mueller, Planning and Development Services Director. A key distinction is this is closing what would be a loophole otherwise if somebody unauthorized demoed something. So in other words, they did the oops kind of oops, we demoed it and didn't go through the process to see if it was even eligible. That's the only circumstance, and this is meant as a stopgap from people doing that. So just wanted to make sure that clarification.
well, I see that as item 983B1 is pretty clear, but what we're talking right is 983B2, which seems a little bit different to me. So if this gets flagged by a single person to be eligible, and then it goes to the full board and they determine that it is not eligible for landmark status, the applicant still would not be able to demolish this building in the future. Is that correct?
So they'd
and do a duplex.
Right, they'd be able to demolish it, but would not qualify for the increased density.
I mean, to me, that seems like a significant issue that we're going to determine that a building ultimately is not eligible for landmark status and still maintain that they cannot create a, demolish and create a duplex if they desire, when we've reviewed this project in further depth and determined, again, that it's not landmarkable.
And one of the options that we did consider was moving that determination of eligibility up to the full landmarks board review, where it is determined and confirmed in a public hearing and made by 5 members with a staff recommendation. And we opted for what we've presented today with the initial review because it is a determination that can be made in typically 2 weeks for the $51 or $280 fee, rather than the 4 to 6 month process with a $1,500 fee. But there are other mechanisms to make this determination if that's the direction that council wants to go.
If we went with, and I apologize for diving into the details on this, I hope that it's okay with everyone. If we were to make it contingent on the full review of the 5 individuals, you still would potentially have a faster turnaround time, right? Because if it gets brought to the LDRC committee and it is not found to be eligible at that point, there would be no 5-body review and it would be allowed to move forward with demolition and potentially have a duplex, right? So for cases where it's clearly not landmarkable, we wouldn't be adding additional time to those cases. We would only be adding time to the determination in cases where it is potentially landmarkable. And in that case, people can't demo it anyway, so adding a little bit of time doesn't seem like a significant issue, potentially.
Okay.
Thank
Got
you for that, going down that road with me.
Marcy, thanks for responding to all that. I appreciate it. Ryan, do you have more?
No, thank you.
Okay, I got Mark and then Taisha.
I think I may have. been
Nicole
there
is first.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, Nicole's first. I missed the hand. Nicole, then Mark,
Thanks.
Taisha.
Thank you. And thanks so much for the concise presentation as well. I had some questions as well about this historic preservation piece of things. And I think what I'm wondering is how this works differently from our standard process. So is there a consequence if somebody were to raise a single family home that might have historic significance? So for example, in the landmark hearing that we just had, I thought somebody said that the landmark that we just approved was initially being marketed as a property for a scrape and redevelopment, where the purchasers would have torn down that home to build a new single family home. And it sounded like the current owners had saved it from that fate via our standard landmarking process. And I guess my question is, if someone had torn it down and built something new, could they have done that? Would there have been a penalty? Would there have been any, not allowing them to make it bigger than it was? Like, what's the consequence on a single family home that goes through this process versus, somebody wanting to tear something down and put in a duplex or some sort of middle housing?
Thank you. So the city's historic preservation program does have the ability to designate over an owner's objection, but that is done in very, very rare cases. And so for the Sirotkin Woodman house, it's very unlikely that would have been approved for demolition, but that whole process would have taken about 6 to 8 months at the Landmarks Board. The Landmarks Board would have needed to make the difficult decision to initiate over the owner's objection, and then it would come to you all to make that determination if it was a balance with the policies of the comprehensive plan. So we see this family-friendly, vibrant neighborhoods as a catalyst for change, right? We're adding density into these older neighborhoods, and so this is a way to guide that change towards preserving the eligible buildings or allowing for redevelopment in many ways, but disincentivizing the demolition of eligible buildings rather than using designation over the owner's objection as the only tool to preserve these buildings.
Okay, and so I think I'm still trying to understand just the sort of case where, so say somebody had taken the house that we just landmarked and they had demoed it, and it was one of those oops, my bad kind of moments. Could they have kind of put something back there? Like what would be the consequences in that case? I guess what I'm concerned about is whether we're setting a different standard for redevelopment for detached single family homes than for middle housing. So if there's not a sort of penalty like, oh, shoot, single family home, you want to build a bigger single family home now, you can't do that because you demoed this one that has historic significance. So I'm just trying to understand, what the analogy is for somebody who did this kind of behavior we're trying to disincentivize with a single family home versus multifamily housing.
So in both of the cases where they got permission to demolish an eligible house or demolished a house of any age without permits, they would still be able to build back one unit, but they wouldn't be eligible for the increased density on those lots.
But the unit that they would build back, could it potentially be bigger than the initial one, than the initial home? So
yes.
Yes.
Oh,
And-
yeah, go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, and the assumption that we used here was that the allowance to build more units would be potentially an incentive for someone to clear a lot to be able to build a bigger building. We didn't really look at it from the sense of being able to build a bigger detached dwelling unit.
okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you. That answers my question. So basically you could raise it say, oops, my bad, and then build back something that was twice as big if it were a single family home. But what this would say is, if you raise it and then do the oops, my bad, you're kind of limited to building another single family home.
That's right.
And it could be as big as you wanted it to be based on other standards.
Well, it'd be based on the existing floor area ratio and coverage
Right, no,
limits.
exactly, yeah, based on all our other regulations and things, but it would still be, okay, thank you. And then, my other question about this one is, did we do engagement on this aspect of the ordinance around the?
We have, it's been a part, on this particular, on the historic,
Yep, yeah.
not
Because
as
this one
specifically,
was just a surprise to me, and so I was just wondering if we had done engagement around it.
yeah, there weren't specific conversations about the, the language related to demolitions.
Okay.
Other than, going to Housing Advisory Board and Planning Board, with the ordinance and so forth.
Okay, thank you so much. And I just have a couple more questions that are not related to this historic piece of it.
What, can I colloquy on this one?
Oh, yes, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. When we do the oops, my bad that Nicole was referring to, what are the penalties and fines looking like? Or is that truly just an oops, my bad? To borrow Nicole's language.
Sorry, it's actually not my language, it's this.
Oh, that's true.
Marcy, do you know what the penalty fees would be for that?
Knock on wood, it does happen, but it happens very rarely. There are fines in 9/11, in chapter 9/11, but they are, I don't think, a very strong deterrent. And luckily, we shouldn't curse ourselves, but I think we haven't been faced with that very much, though there are violations pretty regularly that we try and resolve other ways, but we can get that information about the fines.
Thank you.
Can I colloquy on that real quick?
Yes, although we've got a long queue of questions still to go, so let's try to keep things moving.
There are things beyond fines, right? Like I recall that at one point we forced someone to rebuild something that they knocked down. And so my understanding is that we have the capacity to be pretty stringent in our requirements around what people may be required to do if they accidentally knock down something.
Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, but if in that particular example, I think that might have been a building that was subject to a plan unit development or site review. So in order to comply with their site review, they had to build it back to, a similar design and form. I don't know that would apply, on a lot that didn't have a PUD or site review, but Marcy, I don't know if.
I think Lauren might be referring to the coal shed or chicken coop up on Mapleton Hill that council did require the owners to rebuild after they had asked for permission to demolish it, were denied, and then demolished it anyway. And then Carl, you're referring to a house on near 18th and Canyon that was intended to be saved through site review, but then an accident, whoops, on who knows what happened. During construction, the building collapsed and they were required to reconstruct it as part of that. So that is typically an approach to say, if you take it down, put it back what it looked like, in addition to the enforcement fines.
So the highest a fine can go is 2,000 based on our current code.
Okay, good, thanks. All right, and we also do have a pretty long public hearing waiting for us, so let's move through our questions. Go ahead, Nicole, back to you.
Thank you. That may have been the longest colloquy ever. Just a quick clarification. We're not really seeing in this ordinance, we're not seeing any changes to housing density over what's already allowed in the comprehensive plan, right? We're not like saying that now an area can be twice as dense as it was or anything like that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, basically what's in the ordinance is what we find to be consistent with the current land use designations in the comp plan. So the zoning is required to match that.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. And then I think too, there feels like we're there's a little bit of separate definitions when we're thinking about people density versus housing unit density. So we may see some new housing units built, but would that really necessarily mean more people? So for example, the form and bulk standards are staying the same, so the building can't take up more space than a single family home would. So if we take a single family home that's housing 5 or 6 workers and turn it into 2 smaller duplexes that fit in the same space that house 2 or 3 workers each, are we expecting a big increase in people density in these areas? Like, do we expect a population increase in these areas?
I think in the data that we've looked at, obviously, you know, household sizes have been going down over the last few decades. Family sizes have been going down. So I think there can be an argument made that it does not increase necessarily the number of people on a lot based on that.
Even though the housing unit density might increase in some areas with this. Okay.
Right.
And then just last clarification, we're still talking about the changes that would unfold over many decades, right? Not like next week, my neighborhood.
Yeah, we're not expecting everyone to like overnight
Okay.
just decide to have a duplex on their lot, you know.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. I got Mark and Taisha, Lauren, Matt.
In the interest of brevity, I have one comment and one question. The comment is, I appreciate that you're creating land protection against people who would violate landmarking procedures, but I'm really, really concerned that there's no penalty. If there's 2,500 square feet, excuse me, of FAR available, and there's 1,000 square foot house on the property, and the developer knocks it down inappropriately, his penalty is to build a 2,500 square foot single family house, is it not?
It could be plus the $2,000 fee that I mentioned.
Well, a 2,500 square foot house could be $2.5 million. I don't think $2,000 as a penalty is where you want to be. I think you know, if somebody is violating the law, you know, if they want to build back the 1,000 square foot home they originally had, I think that's appropriate. But to give them the ability to build back something bigger, whether it's a single family or a duplex, when they have you know, violated our standards, is crazy to me. Look, there are a lot of developers, not all of them. I would never have done this myself, whose motto is, you know, ask for forgiveness, not for permission. And you know, if we're going to have effective landmarking protection, there has to be a penalty that's a little more significant than $2,000 when you're building a $2.5 million house.
I'll just add that, you know, this is obviously a condition that exists today, not as a result of the ordinance. You know, someone under today's regs might find that they could build a bigger house and decide to demolish the smaller house to get there. It wouldn't be a result of this ordinance. I'm saying that that's something that we have to be cognizant of now.
I'm just saying that you might want to tighten this up for landmarking, real landmarking protection, so that a developer doesn't decide, I'd rather pay the penalty, knock it down, and, you know, the worst you can do to me is tell me to use the FAR available on the site to build a single family mansion. A lot of people will do that. My question is, you seem to have rejected all possibilities for tying the development of duplexes to affordability. Why was that? And there are various things that have been proposed, but you seem to have declined to do any of them, or declined to recommend any of them.
I think some of the analyses that we've had done in the past by a market consultant was that if we start putting deed restrictions on added units, it doesn't create an incentive for adding the unit. So it'd be a low likelihood that people would do it to deed restrict. So obviously what this project is intended to do is to loosen up the code so that more housing can be added, you know, more expeditiously over time. That's the reason why we didn't include that. There's also a lot of administrative challenges with monitoring deed restriction on lots. Until there's an actual incentive to do it, we felt like it wasn't appropriate as part of this.
Okay, I'll accept that for the moment. I'll address it in my comments in a bit. Thank you.
So we got Taisha and then Matt.
Thank you. My question was just about some of the environmental benefits and impacts to this proposal. And so just was curious if the team had consulted or rather if you have some additional things to share around, one of the benefits, for example, could be shared infrastructure, how that helps to conserve water and energy, helping to prevent sprawl, which obviously helps with our habitat and wildlife corridors. Would love to kind of hear a little bit more always about water and energy, because there is an intersection here and there is an impact to this particular decision.
Yeah, we coordinated with utilities folks about water usage. Obviously, the number of units that we're proposing in this case is still within the limits of the current comp plan. It's really when you start changing areas to allow a substantial number of additional units where there has to be an eye towards, is there upsizing of pipes or water usage, how that gets done. They look at it more holistically through the comp plan process. We did consult with them on this project. It wasn't something that they were concerned about. They felt, again, with any project that we're working on, the environment is top of mind. So in this case, allowing more housing in a tighter area encourages walkability. It can encourage transit use. It can, encourage people to change lifestyles to be able to live closer to where they work, things like that. So those are the things that we're kind of trying to balance as part of this.
Right, but we do know that there are efficiencies around having solar panels, for example, on homes, and that would have a energy impact. So, I just Googled, control find to just make sure I didn't miss, but shared infrastructure in there, because that does have an impact. It also has an affordability impact as well. And similar with just the sprawl aspect as well. So, by increasing the number of units and potentially, although I do hear you, Nicole, on the number of people in the units, but I am seeing an increase in multifamily, and particularly as the daughter, although my mother lives with my brother, but my larger point is as elder care continues to increase in our community, having those types of options are going to become more and more attractive. I know they were for my family. And so I would have loved to have seen more, but I will save the rest for my comments. Thank you.
Aaron, I think you're muted.
I'm just trying to call on you, Matt. Thank you for pointing that out. Your turn.
Appreciate it. My question, Carl, for one, some great questions from you all, and I was able to easily check off most of them, so I got one left. It dovetails a little bit with what Nicole was asking. And do we have a rough sense in our RL1 zoned or our single detached, single family zoned areas, how many of those properties get sort of scraped each year to have a newer, bigger home built on them? Do we have any sort of sense of what that yearly rate is?
I don't have that in front of me. It's something that we looked at as part of the Large Homes and Lots project that was done in 2018. I think we did have some data on that. I don't have a recollection of what that number is, though.
All right. Well, another way to ask is, do you anticipate, given the limited area that part of this would impact, that given the option now, if one is to convert the house, now if it's a split level and they want to keep the existing and make it a duplex, yeah, that's awesome. That's the best of both worlds. But if they were to scrape, you get a forked road opportunity, right? And one could build a bigger, larger home, or one you could build a duplex. Do you see that rate being a wash between the two? I mean, because I'm wondering, are we giving like an equal choice now? I mean, so I'm just sort of wondering, how do you value that going forward in terms of that sort of turnover, so to speak, on maybe a yearly basis? The same as scraping and turning a single family, or less so, or more so with regards to a duplex opportunity?
Yeah, it's hard to assess. I think it'd be different in different areas of the city. I think in areas where there's housing stock that's, getting a little bit older, that's not necessarily worthy of preservation, there might be a desire to just scrape it and rebuild it. But obviously there's a lot of resources with having to rebuild on a site. But certainly people have been doing it to build bigger houses. So, I mean, there could be quite an incentive to rebuild rather than retrofit. But again, it depends on the housing type or the style, how easy it is to convert a single family house to a duplex. Really depends on the layout of a building. But we have heard interest from folks that, they would like to be able to make those internal conversions to get a duplex rather than demolishing. But I don't have a frame of reference to what degree that would be.
All right, I guess, I mean, my question really was just trying to get a sense, just to wrap our head around like how fast this change may occur. And I think that was sort of centered where Nicole was. I was trying to try it from a different approach, but this is many years to decades for this to have a slow turn, is what I understand.
Yeah, I mean, with the changes that were done, like for the ordinance in 2023, like I think that question came up as, did we get a lot of duplexes? And to my knowledge, we only got like one proposal, but obviously those are on larger lots. So I think in this case, we would probably see a little bit more, but again, I think it would be more measured over the long term.
Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it.
Lauren?
Thank you. So you talked a little bit about not changing the sort of envelope at all. And I just wanted to check in on one thing. I noticed in the RMX1 lot rules that there is an exemption that's been removed in both side yard wall articulation and side yard bulk plane, where it used to be that multifamily structures were not required to comply with those rules. And typically, the way I've seen that used in the city is that also properties adjacent don't necessarily have to comply with those rules. But that being a removal, it seems like actually we're, if anything, slightly shrinking the buildable area that people are allowed through this.
Well, I mean, the
ordinance.
reason those requirements were not applied to multifamily buildings is because it would have made a lot of multifamily buildings in the RMX1 zone non-standard. So in this case, the original goals of the project were to apply the same form and bulk standards as apply to detached dwelling units in order to preserve that scale and character in the neighborhood. So that's why we changed that part of the code to not exempt out the multifamily buildings.
And the result of that is that we are tightening, in some cases, the amount of, we're reducing actually the amount that people can build to some extent.
It would be reduced from, if you compare it to like existing apartment buildings that exist in that neighborhood, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I also, just because Tina asked about bedrooms and lot sizes, I did look really quickly at an RMX1 average lot, which is like 7,200 square feet, which gives you 2 dwelling units. And with our current FAR, you could build all like 3,800 square feet, so close to 2,000 square foot a dwelling unit, which is like a 4-bedroom unit. In case that helps. Thanks.
Right,
That's
Lauren.
it. Sorry, that's not a question, just informational.
Lauren with the map. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for all the great questions, everybody. It's now time for us to move to our public hearing. We've got 34 people signed up to speak. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. I'll call 3 names at a time, so please be ready to speak when your name is called. Our first 3 speakers are, oh, well, we need to do our, open comment. Well, this is not open comment. Let me ask, Elisha, do you feel like we need to read our public participation guidelines, or is that not necessary at this point?
I think we should read them, but we have some that are geared toward just doing the virtual meetings, but we don't have the same challenges virtually as we do in person. So that call is up to you. If you'd like me to read them, I'll be happy to.
Please do.
All right, give me just a second to pull them up.
Thank you. Got you on the spot there.
All right, Emily's done it for me. She's so great. Thank you, Emily. All right, so good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I will now go over the public participation at council meeting guidelines. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes, please visit our website at bouldercolorado.gov/services/productive-atmospheres. Now, the following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole names before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. Our remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, other epithets based on race, gender, or religion, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the meeting will not be tolerated. Thank you for listening, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for that, Elisha. All right, let's go to our first 3 speakers, who are Rishi Raj, Kim Harmon, and Emily Reynolds.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, my name is Rishi Raj, and me and my wife, we live on 14th Street. And I think the council does not quite appreciate the degree of frustration and anger that the citizens are feeling about this ordinance. You know, I mean, they're the staff, and you are the political body. You are supposed to hear our concerns and implement into laws. And I think that is not happening. That is not happening. And, I mean, take the title of this ordinance, Vibrant and Family-Friendly Neighborhoods. That's the title of the ordinance. People don't laugh at it. I mean, this is not what the ordinance is about. Is the ordinance about destroying neighborhoods, not making them more vibrant. So I think there's a real sort of disconnect between the council and the citizens. And I'm not, as I heard this discussion between you and the staff, you don't understand quite what the ordinance is. There's a lot of concern about historic and landmarking, et cetera, but all of that concerns is kind of camouflaged into very complex rules, which is very difficult for citizens to understand and to be vigilant about them. So I think this ordinance should be shelved for the time being, and the council needs to do a greater diligence to make it simpler so the citizens can understand what is going on. Right now they don't, and they're very frustrated, I can tell you that. The anger is bubbling over. I think there's also a fundamental problem.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. All right, now we're going to go to Kim and Harmon, Emily Reynolds, and Brian Keegan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Hi, thanks for taking the time to discuss this. I would ask that you stop, look around, and listen. So stop trying to rezone our single-family neighborhood. I'm feeling like Ukraine trying to fight off Russia. We just want to live how we have lived and in a neighborhood where I know my neighbors and have progressive dinners together and not be inundated with more people, more cars, more noise. So stop. Look around and see all the building and planned building going on. There's Willville, there's the old Best Western, the old Millennium, 17th and Taft, CU South, everywhere. So much housing is being built with no regards for increased traffic or more water being used. We need the water to fight fires. We need space between houses so wildfire does not spread. So look around. Listen to what we are saying. Disregarding the survey, which resulted in a no response, tells me you will do what you want, not what the people want. There is no evidence that allowing duplexes and triplexes to supplant single-family homes will make it more affordable for the middle. None. What there is evidence of is that landlords will charge what the market will bear. So we have no occupancy limits now. How many more people do you want to jam into one space? What kind of quality of life will that provide? We do not have enough police right now to serve those of us here. How will it be any better with more people? It won't. So listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Emily Reynolds, Brian Keegan, and Oliver Dickhausen.
Emily, your mic is unmuted. You will need to press *6 to unmute.
Can you repeat those instructions, please?
Absolutely. Emily, if you're looking to unmute, you will need to press *6 on your phone.
Emily, that's *6. I think you're still muted on your side. *6. All right, not coming through. Let's come back to Emily. We will definitely come back to you and figure this out, but let's move on for now to Brian Keegan, then Oliver Dickhausen and Elaine Dannemiller.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to note I'm speaking only in my personal capacity and my views don't represent any organization. Tonight, we will witness a fascinating example of Homer onerous oppososaurus in the wild. Modest land use changes like Ordinance 866 allow us to observe how these pack hunters defend their territory and cooperate to take down slow-moving policies. Because Homer onerous oppososaurus has not won majorities through elections, they instead attempt to influence policy through shows of force at unrepresentative public hearings like this one. The species shares common traits like being older, wealthier, and wider property owners that are not representative of most Boulder residents. But there's also strong interdisciplinary scientific consensus that their stubborn defense of status quo land use policies has harmful, intersecting, and long-term social and economic and ecological consequences. Because you have already and will continue to hear demands tonight to prioritize their concerns over the interests of the majority of the voters who elected you, please remember Councilmember Wallach's advice from July, quote, "Your emails and petitions are part of a form letter campaign and as such are not terribly weighty to me. Your letters are merely a rehash of older, long discredited claims and are therefore even further discredited. Your complaints have little to no substance. Accordingly, I do not think your campaign has much merit," unquote. While Homer onerous oppososaurus are easily startled, they will soon be back in greater numbers, especially for the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan update. Council, please pass Ordinance 8666 and charge your staff and boards to identify additional options to add more housing choices throughout Boulder. Thank you, council and staff, for your work to invest in creating a more inclusive and resilient future for Boulder. Thank you.
Thanks. Now we will go to Oliver Dickhausen, Elaine Dannemiller, and Valerie Stoiva.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Oliver Dickhausen. I live in Mapleton Hill. These opinions are my own and don't reflect any outside organization. I wanted to voice my support for the ordinance and thank city staff for their work in the proposal. I strongly believe that this change will be both an incremental and empowering change that not only can create much needed housing, but will create the conditions in which this housing can be created in a bottom-up fashion. The scale of these projects, individual duplexes or triplexes, either they be converting an existing structure, doing additions, or a brand new structure, are things that individual families or small builders could fashion themselves, as opposed to much of the recent development that has happened in Boulder. I'm not opposed to those projects, but I do believe that smaller development will be better able to scale, be built by those in the community, and be more sensitive to the wants and desires of neighbors and residences already in the neighborhoods. I do not believe that this change would come without trade-offs, but I do believe that most of the negative consequences can be either mitigated or eliminated by separate policy prescriptions. This change will give families flexibility and tools to furnish their properties as they see fit, while also giving more housing options to those looking to build a home in Boulder. Boulder was originally created by a multitude of small actors that created homes, apartments by themselves. This process grew, started off small, and then created the great community that we know today. This process has mostly been unavailable to Boulder residences of modern times, but I believe that this change can be a small step in the direction of restoring Boulder in a way that is organic, resilient, and co-created by its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's go to Elaine Dannemiller, Valerie Stoiva, and Alex Rads.
Good evening, Council. Once again, you're not listening to the community feedback on this. I read the documents. I agree with the first speaker that, like occupancy, you're probably going to just ignore the will of the voters. When I looked at your charts, you only have 28% of the people who fully support this plan. And I read the feedback comments. And your documents say that the feedback from the community shows that many in the community remain skeptical of this plan. I would say they're not just skeptical, I would say they're adamantly opposed to it. And if you put this to a vote, the vote would probably reflect the outcome similar to the community feedback that you got. You'd probably get a third of the people supporting it. People don't want this. Some of it is eliminating open space, which is sacred in Boulder. You're eliminating parking requirements. And in some other documents I read, staff doesn't anticipate adverse events from eliminating parking. And therein lies the problem in Boulder entirely with some of the recent projects that you all have done. When you've ignored community feedback, you didn't anticipate adverse events. Now I heard Carl Geiler say they're going to do that as a separate, parking is going to be a separate project. But this is being presented to the public. This is a Trojan horse being presented to the public as a gift, but really it's just a way to sneak greedy developers and private equity investors into the city to destroy it. So listen to the people, listen to the feedback. Between this, you're overturning the will of the voters on occupancy and your new ADU requirements. This is a Trojan horse and a gift for developers. They're going to love it. All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Now we have Valerie Stoiva, Alex Rads, and Mary Maxwell.
Hi. I object to proposed ordinance 8666 and request a pause. I have lived on the Hill since the 60s, and by the way, I'm a preschool para educator. I don't have a lot of money. 3 years ago, the single family house across the alley from me sold in less than a week for a little under $3 million. Now it is occupied by students. The rent is about $10,000 a month. The alley gets filled with unsecured trash, which I literally drive over on my way to work. And I also see rats exploring the trash. And then there are the parties. On the Hill and CU adjacent neighborhoods, densification simply equals more students, and I have nothing against them. 8666 would finish the route of this historic neighborhood. I'd really like you to reconsider, and I would like to quote Nancy Blackwood's letter to Mayor Brockett. This ordinance would result in anything but family-friendly neighborhoods. Families can't compete with investors. It will not create affordability and stability, and the loss of owners will discourage long-term investment in our neighborhoods. I, Nancy Blackwood, have lived on University Hill for 49 years. I raised my daughter here when there were enough families to support our now struggling elementary school. I have worked tirelessly to advocate for our neighborhood, which is true, for over 25 years to maintain a balance between the transient student population and the permanent residents, family, seniors. And by the way, I'm giving care to my father in our home.
Your time is up. Thank you for your testimony. All right, our next three speakers are Alex Rads, Mary Maxwell, and Jyotsna Raj.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'm Alex Rads. I'm the external student body president for CU Boulder, as well as University Hill resident. And I represent over 37,000 students in support of this ordinance. I believe it's an important step towards addressing housing affordability, supporting students' economic contributions, and advancing Boulder's carbon neutral goals. Students make up 31% of Boulder's population, but are disproportionately affected by its high housing costs. Rent increases by 13% annually on average. A one bedroom apartment costs $2,400, and rent on University Hill exceeds an average of $1,500 a month. Many students, such as myself, live in overcrowded homes with poor upkeep, enduring financial and physical stress just to stay in Boulder. As students are priced out of Boulder, seeking housing options in neighboring towns, there will be a decrease in the $637 million that students contribute to the local economy annually. Small businesses in particular depend on university students to survive. And the environmental impact of displacing students would also be significant. Many students live close to campus, walking or biking to reduce emissions, and more student commuters would add cars to the road, undermining Boulder's climate goals, as well as increasing traffic congestion. And the reality is that students make up a significant part of the Boulder community. On University Hill, 92% of the housing is rented, and predominantly by students. We are legal residents of Boulder, and we do deserve a voice in shaping its future. And so I ask all of you to consider your constituents when making this decision. Students enrich Boulder's economy, culture, and sustainability efforts, and the university is here to stay, and students deserve a place in the city that we do love. So thank you for your time and consideration, and have a good night.
Thank you. Now we have Mary Maxwell, Jyotsna Raj, and Eric Budd.
Mayor, I do not see Mary online tonight.
Okay, maybe we'll take this moment to give Emily Reynolds another try. See if we can get her online. Emily?
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks very much. You've got two neighborhoods that are trying to opt out of your ordinance already before it's passed. Somehow City Council isn't able to hear what thousands of Boulderites are saying. We voted down bedrooms, and you unceremoniously and undemocratically reversed our vote and publicly compared those of us who had just spoken about limiting development to the January 6th insurrectionists in DC who tried to overturn the US government in a coup attempt. You call your latest density idea family friendly and vibrant. I call it noisy, disruptive, and causing a boatload of problems for neighborhoods. Receiving hundreds of emphatically negative comments on your survey, you conclude your own survey is bogus and dismiss the devastatingly negative comments and results. Even kids disagree with you. The dominant theme in the children's comments in the Daily Camera a few days ago was about the destructive development council continues to encourage. A 14-year-old says, I would like to address the problem of overdevelopment in Boulder. I've watched so many beautiful natural areas disappear beneath huge towering apartment buildings. With a residential vacancy rate of 8.8%, according to city figures, and thousands of units in the pipeline, it's time to pull back and assess development in terms of our carrying capacity and enjoyment of nature. Enough of the so-called progressive machine that needs to pave over all of Boulder. What is it going to take to get you to represent us? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Jyotsna Raj, Eric Budd, and Lisa Sweeney Moran.
Yes. I'm Jyotsna Raj, and I live at 863 14th Street on the Hill. And we already live in what is a sustainable neighborhood for us. My husband teaches at the university. He can walk to work. Most of my activities I can do by walking to where I want to go. And I do not see that there will be any greater vibrancy or family friendliness added to our neighborhood by this open door to development, which is not going to produce affordable housing in the long run, as has been stated in this conversation. There is no requirement for affordable housing permanently. And so all we are doing is giving up our neighborhoods with beautiful character. My own neighborhood is completely historic. And in fact, I would say the whole hill is deserving of historic designation. And then when you decide to give up these areas to incessant development, to incentivize expensive housing, this is not going to be affordable development. I do not think that you are listening to the people who actually live here and want to live here and live here in a sustainable way, to enjoy our neighborhoods and our open space and our beautiful natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Eric Budd, Lisa Sweeney Moran, and Jan Trussell.
Hi, thank you, Council. Eric Budd, I live in Boulder. I just wanted to say that the family-friendly, vibrant neighborhoods is such an important step forward for Boulder. These changes are modest, they're incremental, and they don't allow homes that are any larger than what we have today. I just want to make a few notes on the various policies. On allowing additional housing near transit, Council should definitely consider increasing the proposed range of 350 feet from transit corridors. For reference, the state law will encourage increased housing for as much as a quarter mile from transit, so we can certainly do more here. The reduced permitting process for 100% affordable projects is a huge improvement. You all know that time is money, and reducing the overhead of these projects will reduce the cost, increase the supply of permanently affordable housing, and save the city money. We should do even more to reduce the time it takes to get these projects permitted and built. We have a severe lack of permanently affordable housing in Boulder. Lastly, Landmarks is an important program, but as this ordinance is written, one member of the Landmarks Board or a staff member can state that a property is potentially eligible for landmarking, and that that initial determination prevents the subdivision of a lot without any due process for the property owner. And I have a fair amount of experience seeing how this happens as a former chair of the Landmarks Board. And I think that aspect needs to be addressed. And I thank you for talking about that. And I look forward to your conversation later in the meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we have Lisa Sweeney Moran, Jen Trussell, and Evan Ravitz.
Hi, Council. Lisa Sweeney Moran here. I'm so glad you all are doing this. And while it's important, it's also very modest change. There's nothing that should really be controversial about any of this. It's a shame that there's been some disinformation about something so straightforward and helpful. And I do hope that the few local voices of opposition will take the time to understand what's actually happening here, because everyone in our city can be glad for these changes and the opportunities they represent. So you all have been dealing with a lot during public comments lately, and I'd like to keep this short and sweet in recognition of your hard work. I'll end by just saying thank you for getting this here for a vote tonight, and thank you in advance for supporting and passing it.
Thank you. Now we have Jen Trussell, Evan Ravitz, and Evan Fryrick.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jan Trussell, and I live in Martin Acres and have so for over 30 years. In the early 90s, I lived in several apartment complexes throughout Boulder. I had 2 roommates. We all had jobs, and 2 of us had several. We decided we wanted to escape the noise, parking issues, constant rotation of tenants above, below, and beside us, and the stringent rules that came along with living in an apartment complex. We found a rental home in Martin Acres with a spacious backyard, friendly neighbors, and most important, peace and quiet. As the years passed, roommates came and went. We secured higher paying jobs, and some of us married. I was one of them. My husband and I struck a deal with our landlord, and we bought the house we had been living in for almost 10 years. Fast forward 20 years later, and I'm now divorced and still living in the house we purchased. I will be retiring in the next few years and will not be staying in Boulder as it has become far too expensive and the quality of life has diminished considerably. It is unfair to ask those of us that have invested our life savings into our homes to give up the quality of life that we fought so hard to secure. I'm curious why other neighborhoods in Boulder are not under the same scrutiny. Upzoning a low-density neighborhood does not make it more family-friendly. In fact, it makes it less so. Families do not want to live in apartments, nor do they wish to rent. They want to own homes with backyards in quiet, low-density neighborhoods. Boulder continues to push for more density, increasing property taxes, more government control, packing more people into the city to generate revenue, and ultimately the destruction of our single-family neighborhoods. There's nothing vibrant or family-friendly about this proposal. Why does City Council prioritize developers and investors over longtime residents? I'm asking City Council to reconsider Ordinance 866. It is a destructive policy for Martin Acres and Boulder in general. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we have Evan Ravitz, Evan Fryrick, and Krista McCruger-Cunningham.
Hi. Council is making a similar mistake as made about 15 years ago when Will Tour and Macon Cowles were on council. They told us we needed more density to, quote, make transit work. But the devil is in the details. Now as then, there are no new measures to make new housing affordable. So they allowed tall luxury apartments to be built along Canyon Boulevard, etc. Each has a $50,000 underground parking space, each with an expensive car. These people don't take local buses. They make traffic worse and privatize the Flatiron views their units now block from us downtown. The good reason for more housing is to reduce the 60,000 incommuters who can't afford to live here. But without affordability, the luxury units that again result will go to upper income people who mostly drive. More rich people will increase the price of everything, further increasing inequality. Transit will work when most local routes use 15-passenger vans instead of the mostly empty 43-passenger buses that cost 5 times as much, use 4 times as much fuel, and dramatically damage our pathetic roads. The final nail in the coffin of what Councilman Steve Pomerantz called the big bus empire is e-bikes, which are far faster and cheaper than the bus and fun. My e-bike has taken me 5,000 miles in 4 years for a total of $20 of electricity and $10 for brake pads. Please redo this with incentives for affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Evan Fryrick, Cosima Kruger Cunningham, and Laura Osborne.
Hi, this is Evan Irish. I live in the Lower Hill. I live in multifamily housing. I live not too far from the library. I live in a condominium development with 15 units. There are no families in there. They're all 2-bedroom, 1,200 square foot units, older. They rent for about $3,000 a month. The lower rents are because it's an older building. All right. The poster child of your project is the duplex across the street from the library. I'm sure you've all been to the library, looked across the street, and saw the duplex, which maybe you even authorized. Those are $2.4 million each half. That's really what you're talking about here. And Mark Wallach made a comment earlier that really this proposal is not connected at all to the really, really big issue of affordable housing. Because from what I understand about this council, you believe that if you build more, things will get cheaper around here. You don't think Boulder is kind of Aspen light, where that really doesn't work. So basically, while you're in office, your goal is to build as much as possible. And unfortunately, you have no evidence that shows that what you believe actually works here in Boulder. I think that this proposal has some merit in the sense of increasing density. I've never been opposed to development. I support density, but I also recognize that the problem that needs to be addressed foremost is affordability. Look at your rules regarding ADUs and affordability as a hint on how you could amend this proposal to guarantee that there's some level of affordability in there. Because if you let the market determine it, you'll get more projects like across the street from the library.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. And has Cosima Kruger Cunningham joined us?
I do not see Cosima online tonight.
Okay, so let's go to Laura Osborne, then Deanne Fuji, and Lynn Siegel.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I live at 828 10th Street, and I've lived here since the late 70s. At 966 10th, this used to be a house that was owned by 2 university professors, and they had 2 small children. Well, they moved to 7th and Cascade, and they are renting it out beginning January. And in their ad, it says, suitable for a 5 to 6 student group. Want to be on the hill, 1 block from the crazy zone? This was our family home 1 year ago. This is the rent. $83.50 a month. $8,350. They will be bringing in $100,000 a year. Had they rent this to a family, the maximum they probably could have gotten was $5,000 a month. So they are making $40,000 more by renting this to 5 or 6 students. This is what's happening. The greedy landlords are taking over the hill. People who are living here in family homes are deserting. I know these people. They got sick of their neighbors. So they put all their money into a house at 7th and Cascade. This is what your new plan of family friendly is doing to our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Deanne Fuji, Lynn Siegel, and Henry Corin.
Mayor, I do not see Deanne online tonight.
All right, Lynn Siegel, you're up.
Lisa and Eric Budd and Lisa Sweeney Marin, you need to learn about something called rental-backed securities and private equity lenders. You don't know the first thing. How dare you tell the rest of this community that's opposed to this hostile, friendly
All right,
situation here?
Let's not have personal aspersions of other testifiers.
Excuse me, this is my time. You take your own time. You've got plenty of it. That's what we need in Boulder, is these unintelligent or unwilling to face reality people that are driving these policies that are so not okay. The whole planning board is chock full of them, except for Georgie Boone. This is a pitiful situation. The Limelight, the Moxie, CU South, Planning Reserve, Diagonal, Plaza, Macy's, Papilio's, one thing after another. Yes, it's funny, isn't it, Tara? It's funny. You know, wait until you can't afford to be here either, or any of us. And you know what it is up the street from me at 71 years old? $40,000 a month at 311 Mapleton. Yeah, that's something to look forward to, all of you folks. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Okay, now this is an open space issue here. Do you know how much in deficit we are in our open space? And you're willing to cut open space for all of these, this pronatalism, this Elon Musk pronatalism policy that's been in with this city of Boulder for decades now that I've watched. Now Elon has put a name to it, pronatalism. Have as many kids, family. It's not family, it's numbers. And those numbers drive harm.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, now we've got Henry Corin, Margaret LeCompte, and Michael Broder.
My name is Henry Corin. I live with my family in Table Mesa. I'll speak in support of this ordinance. I'm going to recommend 2 interviews from Boulder's Carnegie Library Oral History Project. First, listen to the 1972 interview of Ruth Cave Flowers, the first African-American graduate of CU Boulder. She moved here 100 years ago, right after the dissolution of Boulder's chapter of the KKK. Ruth shared her experience of multiple forms of discrimination she was subject to, including redlining, which restricted her housing choice to the Grosgrove neighborhood. Next, listen to the 2002 interview of Bob McKelvey, one of the founders of Planned Boulder County, who helped establish the Greenbelt and Blue Line. Bob eventually moved out of Boulder because his daughter couldn't find housing here. He said Boulder had become an upper middle class ghetto. I don't think those who are defending low density zoning are willfully or maliciously carrying the cross of white supremacy, but I do believe that many aspects of our zoning evolved from racist redlining. Anyone who walks around our neighborhoods has seen numerous homes that have been rebuilt into modern luxury mansions. These multi-million-dollar residences are attainable only by the wealthy. They may be one of multiple residences that these people enjoy traveling between. This leads to quieter, less vibrant neighborhoods. The school-age population of Boulder is declining at an alarming rate of 1.5% per year. The construction of apartments cannot keep up with the emptying of nests. If you are not wealthy enough to afford single-family homes or expensive apartments that subsidize affordable housing with cash in lieu fees, you are cooked. If your income is not high enough to qualify for subsidized housing, you are cooked. Beyond the limited stock of subsidized affordable housing, our city is hostile to all but the wealthiest of families. Only missing middle housing will solve this, which is what Vibrant Neighborhoods aims to provide. This ordinance provides options for people who want to improve utilization of their low-density properties. You could downsize into a duplex unit alongside another family. My goal is that in 2 or 3 decades, I will be able to have my children and grandchildren live near me. Even if this ordinance is implemented, it will be difficult for my dreams to be achieved. I believe these reasonable changes will make the difference between it being difficult and impossible. Thanks to the City Council and staff.
Thank you. Now we have Margaret LeCompte, Michael Broder, and Diane Connolly.
Good evening. I'm Margaret LeCompte. I have a bunch of questions. Please understand, this ordinance doesn't reduce Boulder's lack of affordable and low-income housing. Why? Because it has no caps on rentals and sales prices for any new residential units. Without them, this ordinance results will be more unaffordable housing and increased profits for landlords and developers. Boulder has an inelastic housing market. Building more housing won't produce cheaper housing. When will council install price caps on housing costs so people like teachers, shopkeepers, healthcare and service workers, like police and firefighters and all the people who fix and repair and prepare and deliver all the services a community needs can live here, especially those with families? Why is council anti-family? Families are the bedrock of any community and its schools. They can't live in ADUs, tiny homes, or high-density minuscule workforce housing apartments with no space for children, pets, kids' toys, sports equipment, or tools, or yards for play spaces, gardens, and places to socialize and be neighborly. And families are being driven out of Boulder. Why does council target already existing family-friendly, vibrant neighborhoods, as Leonard Siegel and other speakers tonight have described them, when there are thousands of new housing units already being built, under construction, or being planned? Boulder Junction, Alpine Balsam, Diagonal Plaza, East Boulder, and South Arapahoe. Do these create the missing middle housing? Is there something anti-family about these developments? Should this be rethought? Why does council foist its evidence-free, often proven ineffective projects on Boulder citizens without sufficient community input? When will it listen to serious feedback? Is it afraid of opposition? This is disrespectful. Council should rethink this ordinance.
But thank you for your testimony. Okay, now we've got Michael Broder, Diane Connolly, and Rosie Fibian.
Michael, your mic is open. You will want to press *6 to unmute.
Michael, are you able to hit *6 to unmute? All right, let's come back to you. And so we'll go to Diane Connolly.
And Mayor, I do not see Diane online tonight.
Okay, that brings us to Rosie Fibian then.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm speaking for myself tonight, not any organization. I support Ordinance 8666 and hope Council will vote in favor of the 550-foot option. The IPCC recommends simple urban planning measures like increasing density by developing along public transportation corridors as one of 6 steps we can take to combat climate change. I appreciate all the hard work and heavy lifting that staff, planning board, HAB, council, and so many community members have put into this detailed ordinance. I recall being at the state capitol a couple of years ago, alongside many people that are here tonight, to speak up in favor of creating additional missing middle housing along transportation corridors to start to take action on our statewide housing crisis. The amount of time, energy, and study everyone involved has invested in this effort is priceless. And out of respect for everyone's time, it costs nothing to vote in favor of these changes tonight, and it costs a lot to start again. So we should seize the opportunity for change tonight. The predictable arguments of neighborhood opposition read like the same script in every town across America and make it so that state solutions are needed. And it's easy to forget that this ordinance and planning is about the future, is much more about the future residents than it is about the residents today. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Now we have Daniel Howard, Claudia Thiem, and Chelsea Castellano.
Hi, this is Daniel Howard again. Have a presentation slide viewable for you all. Just going over some of the slides we presented last time, and I didn't get to cover. Next slide. So again, GHG emissions and VMTs are lower within urban centers and neighborhoods close to daily needs and services versus higher at city boundaries and lower density census tracts. You can see this at this image here, and we're trying to encourage building within these lower GHG emission areas where people have the opportunity to contribute less to climate change. Next slide. Another important factor, especially considering the LA fires of this past week, is that fire risk is much lower within the city boundaries as opposed to at the edge and boundaries where a lot of housing development tends to be located as populations increases. This also includes neighboring cities where boundaries which lack open space has development most concentrated. So that such that housing that is not infill essentially creates more fire risk as that demand is pushed into wildland urban interfaces, and thus also increases all current residents' insurance costs and general exposure to disaster. Next slide. Another example, even to showcase specifically in Denver, is two lots where between the two of them, one was single-family zoned and one was multifamily zoned. The tendency today in most of Boulder that does see, say, buildings being demolished and rebuilt is that rebuilt into the right structure, being a McMansion single-family house. But if you can allow duplex buildings, you at least allow cheaper 2 duplex units, at least for that might be more attainable. They're still expensive, but it's incremental as a change that I'm supporting. Next slide. Another thing with the distance from transit corridors. No, sorry, next slide. With distance of transit corridors, 550 feet is less than half the distance expected for the HB 1313 transit-oriented communities bill from the state. I've supported 550, but keep in mind that we might need to update this to match with the quarter mile requirement in the future. Next slide. The following slides are various examples of existing multiplexes across Boulder. Here's a small college court collection. Next slide. You just kind of slice through these exactly. There's a 5-plex. There's an unassuming duplex right there.
So your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Okay, now we're going to go to Claudia Thiem and then Chelsea Castellano and Michael Mills. But let's not start the timer going until our next speaker gets started, please.
Thank you, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. This is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I'm a member of the Planning Board, but speaking in a personal capacity tonight. Earlier this week, the Planning Board approved a subdivision of 5 large lots adjacent to a bus route and literally across the street from an under-enrolled elementary school in North Boulder. And under our current rules, we can expect 5 jumbo detached dwellings to be built on this infill site. We need to do better, and the ordinance before you is a step in the right direction. As a board member, I've seen the thoughtful work planning staff has done to develop recommendations that both create housing potential and respect the guidance in the current version of the comp plan. Staff's updated analysis of transit corridors exemplifies this work, and I hope you'll consider the larger 550-foot zone for duplexes and additional detached dwellings that it makes possible. Allowing middle housing within a 2 to 3 minute walk of bus service is simply good planning practice and should not be a cause for heartache. I'm familiar with the pushback you're receiving against portions of these code changes. To me, it feels like we've reached a point where our housing ecosystem is so hollowed out that many people don't even recognize the concept of middle housing. If it's not a traditional single-family house, then it must be a boxy, highly capitalized apartment complex, and one which looms even larger in the imagination. The unfamiliar duplex becomes the death of neighborhoods. Really? Middle housing makes wise use of existing infrastructure and limited environmental resources. It puts people closer to the schools, local businesses, and other community institutions that we are at risk of losing. And it creates good habitat for people needing or seeking alternatives to the 2 poles of housing types that our land use code currently allows. Ordinance 8666 is sensible, modest, and long overdue, and I hope you will support a strong version of it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Chelsea Castellano, Michael Mills, and Mickey Coles.
Hello, Chelsea Castellano. I am speaking in support of the ordinance before you and for the potential to create even more vibrant neighborhoods where a diverse group of people can thrive. And while there is a case for even bolder action than what is proposed here tonight, this is an important step and I celebrate you for your leadership in making it happen. While I'm here in my personal capacity, I bring my experience being a Landmarks Board member and would like to draw your attention to an issue with exception number 2 for reducing the minimum lot area square footage requirement per dwelling, which states that you can't take advantage of that reduced lot area if probable cause for historic designation is determined in the initial part of the review process. This decision happens early in the process at LDRC on Wednesday mornings where 2 board members and 1 staff member are present. There's no public hearing, and it only requires one of those 3 people to say that there's probable cause for designation for this exception to be triggered. And this happens after a brief presentation from staff and vague criteria that could easily be weaponized to prevent neighborhood evolution. What this means is you can go through the rigorous landmark review process and get full board approval for demolition, but you can't take advantage of the reduced lot size requirements, meaning you could demolish the property, but instead of building 2 to 3 more affordable housing units, you could only build 1 large, more expensive single family home, which is the exact opposite outcome of what this ordinance aims to achieve. And there should not be a process where 1 board member or staff member has the power to determine that with 0 public engagement or recourse for the property owner. In summary, my recommendation is to delete that second exception as the current landmark process already preserves properties that are historically significant, and we don't need additional barriers to achieving our housing goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Michael Mills, Macon Coles, and Scott McCary.
Good evening, council members. This is Michael Mills. I'm a member of TAB, but speaking for myself. I live in South Boulder in a neighborhood zoned RL1 where single-family detached homes are the norm. Tonight, I'm speaking in strong support of Ordinance 8666 and urging you to adopt this thoughtful step toward addressing Boulder's housing crisis. The ordinance provides homeowners with more options to create modest middle-income housing, which is exactly what Boulder needs to remain inclusive and vibrant as a community. By allowing duplexes in areas like mine, we're not changing the size or scale of what's already allowed. We're simply making better use of the existing space to provide attainable housing options for families, young professionals, and seniors. I want to take this opportunity to endorse increasing the eligibility distance for duplexes along bus corridors from 350 feet to 550 feet. Expanding this distance would align with Boulder's values of transit-oriented development and compact land use while enabling more properties to support housing that meets the need of middle-income residents. In my RL1 neighborhood where transit access is limited, this change would be especially impactful. As the City Council memo highlights, we are losing school-age children, young families, and middle-income residents at an alarming rate. Without bold action, we risk becoming a city accessible only to the wealthy. By adopting Ordinance 8666 and expanding the eligibility distance for duplexes, you're making a meaningful commitment to keeping Boulder a place where people of all incomes and life stages can thrive. Thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you. Now we have Macon Coles, Scott McCary, and Nick Aguilera.
Good evening, Council. There's an urgent need for missing middle housing. That's the type of housing, small scale, that is circled on this drawing from the book Missing Middle Housing. Periodically, staff and BHP have quantified the amount of middle-income housing that we lose every year. Some of the loss is due to price inflation, but a lot of it is caused through destroying modest homes and building huge lifestyle homes instead. This type of redevelopment destroys neighborhood character, driving out people of modest means. That there is little restraint, even after compatible development ordinance of 2009 on building large, because large single-family homes, think about this, are the easiest structure there is to get through the permitting process at the planning office. Council and Planning Board have wisely guided staff to zone for affordable housing. Phase 1 you adopted last year, October 2023. Phase 2 is tonight's work. But it favors developers, some cry, in opposition to this ordinance. No, this is not a bill that favors developers. Rather, it gives options to individual property owners living in the affected zones. They're property owners who want additional people living on their property or who need a bit more financial security to help pay escalating taxes, or who want something different than selling to a builder who specializes in luxury single-family homes. It's important to emphasize that the changes under consideration would not enlarge the buildings that are placed on these properties. It would only permit more and smaller units than are allowed now. We need this alternative to building large. I support the work of staff, planning board, and council, and hope you will adopt this ordinance tonight, but increasing the duplex zone along bus routes to 550 feet. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And now we have Scott McCary, Nick Aguilera, and David Ensign.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Scott McCary. I'm the director of a department at CU Boulder with a staff of about 45, and not one of them owns property in the city of Boulder. But in my opinion, increasing the number of rental units in Boulder may make it more affordable in the near term, but I would argue that this affordability is not sustainable. Rents regularly go up. In the 20 years I've lived in Martin Acres, rents have basically tripled, and I suspect that trend's going to continue. Ownership, on the other hand, locks in a monthly housing cost forever and actually goes away once the principal's paid off. So I really think ownership is a critical tool for long-term affordability for Boulder families and employees. I'm concerned that this ordinance isn't going to actually increase home ownership in Boulder, and it might make it worse. Upzoning makes property more valuable, and in this crazy, crazy world of massive wealth inequality, I'm concerned that investors attracted by the new ability to have 2 legal rental units on a property will actually outcompete folks looking to buy their own place to live in. According to the staff memo, both planning board and city council recognize this concern, but felt it should be dealt with different methods. Well, I think those different methods need to be included now at the passing of this ordinance, and I'd like to propose a potential way to do it. The city currently has a robust rental license program. It seems to me that staff could include a component of this ordinance stating that the city issue no more than 1 rental license per parcel in RL1 zones. That would immediately ensure that one of the units of a duplex is owner occupied. I don't think this would require additional staff, at least not much, as is piggybacking off an existing city program. So in sum, I encourage you to include safeguards now that prevent investors from outcompeting potential families who could use ownership for long-term housing affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Nick Aguilera, David Ensign, and David Adamson.
Hey, I believe I'm you can hear me now.
Yes.
Hi all, thank you. My name is Nick Aguilera. I am speaking on behalf of myself. I have lived in Boulder for 4 years now, living initially in a grandfather duplex in Chautauqua that was the most affordable housing unit available to me when I moved to Boulder at $1,200, which is still expensive compared to other American cities, but for Boulder it was a very reasonable price. I have a master's degree in city planning, and as I became more and more aware of these issues, much like most of us, the need for missing middle housing in cities throughout the country became increasingly evident to me. And there is so much evidence from cities around the country that have made these processes simpler and easier for people to build duplexes, triplexes, multifamily units. Those changes actually leading to decreased property or decreased rental prices. Look at Minneapolis, look at Portland, look at other cities around the country, and look at other cities around the world. We do not need to go through endless planning processes to determine the benefits of work like this. I applaud you all for considering this effort, as well as city staff. And I hope to see you all vote for support for this later tonight. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
All right, we now have David Ensign, David Adamson, and Stephanie Adamson.
Good evening, Boulder City Council. My name is David Ensign and I live at 4020 Evans Drive in Boulder. I'm a member of Better Boulder, a group of diverse and energetic community members who advocate for sustainable and smart development in our fair city. And for the last 6 months, I've been chairing a committee of members who are focused on housing and zoning. I've spoken to both you and Planning Board over the past several months to communicate Better Boulder's support for Ordinance 8666 before you tonight, and we provided you a letter on September 9th, 2024, communicating our thoughts in detail. In the interest of respect for your time tonight, I will refrain from repeating all the reasons that we are in favor of this ordinance, but I did want to reiterate our strong support as you start your deliberations and move towards a vote. This will be a significant step forward in addressing Boulder's housing challenges, and we commend you and city staff for bringing this to a final reading. Thank you so much for the time this evening and for your ongoing efforts to address Boulder's housing needs.
Thank you. Now we have David Adamson and Stephanie Adamson, and then we'll see if Michael Broder can speak this time.
Mayor, I do not see David or Stephanie online, and it also appears that Mike has dropped off.
Okay, well, that brings our public hearing to an abrupt close there. So I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion of the evening. Thanks everyone for coming out and speaking with us. We really appreciate hearing your thoughts. So I'm going to bring it back to council now for a discussion. So we have an ordinance in front of us. We can pass it as is. We could turn it down. We could add amendments to it. I'd love to hear from my colleagues your preferred approach. But just maybe we can keep our remarks relatively brief as it is getting towards 9 o'clock. And I've got my first couple of hands, Tina and Mark.
Hi, Erin, am I allowed to ask a question based on the public hearing to staff?
I'll grant you a question, Tina.
Thank you. I am curious if there is a model or a pathway for the idea suggested by Scott around one rental license per duplex.
We actually looked into that as a possibility and talked to our licensing staff. The response we got from them is that there would be some challenges in administering that. I mean, I think it's something we could circle back and check again on. But we have thought of that before.
Okay. So I said that also just putting that aside, I thought that idea was fantastic because I am really, really deeply concerned about homeownership opportunities for middle income people, especially with middle housing. But one of my concerns is extending development into the wild urban interface area in South Boulder where we have some transit routes. And doing that before we have settled on some wildfire hardening and landscaping regulations. So as I wrote in my hotline, I am interested in making an amendment to any motion that would remove the corridors in west of Broadway, just in South Boulder for just the time of 6 months, hoping that the wildfire regulations will be in place. My hope had been to have them go into place when the regulations were adopted, but there's not a timeline for those regulations yet, so it's a little tricky to wordsmith that. So I'm just putting that out there as something I'm interested in. Erin, if you can just guide me when I can make a motion around that, that would be great. And I just want to be clear, we don't have a mechanism to limit fencing. So if there were development happening with duplexes, because we haven't adopted that, or to create restrictions around what can be done to prevent wildfire spread, especially because we have one transit corridor that goes way up on the road that circles around in the sort of a horseshoe. I just think it's best to be realistic about the threat of wildfire in that area and to think about not increasing ignition areas just for this short period. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Tina. And I might suggest that when we have a motion in front of us, you might consider making an amendment to that motion to put that idea forward.
Okay. And then should I just share my other comments on this?
Yeah,
at
go
this
ahead.
point? Yep.
You got the
Okay.
floor.
Yep. So I have a lot of concerns about how we're approaching this, as I talked about my hotline, not so much about whether we have duplexes, but whether we're having a rich enough discussion, which really is the discussion that we'll be having with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. I strongly support incentives for duplexes that have an affordability piece or some kind of owner occupancy. I also, and in the form of incentives, not so much in sticks. I'm also concerned about how we give notice to property owners in this situation. So we did this, and I think staff did a great job with putting out announcements in the Daily Camera, speaking with community representatives. But when we're looking at affecting 30% of the properties in a zone, my preference would be to send a postcard to those properties, similar to when we do a gas turnoff or something like that. I'm concerned about that. I'm not sure if it's going to be a decision point for me on this particular issue, but I am going to raise it to CAC so that we can think about doing that with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. People invest a lot of money in their property, and some could be really excited about making more money, and some could be devastated that their neighborhood is changing. And I do feel when we make such a high impact decision on a property, we should extend that courtesy of individual notice and not rely on the Daily Camera or Nextdoor. The other piece, I just want to appreciate people who talked about what families would be looking to beyond a bus corridor. Just thinking about, had we done a more holistic review, and I understand this started in 23 before I was on council. If I was thinking about places where I would increase middle housing geared toward families, I would also be looking at schools and libraries, places where family and parks. Just thinking about those things. Transit corridors, interestingly, aren't necessarily, I think, the primary attraction for a family with young children who are coming to a community, but they're probably looking for outside space. They're probably drawn to our nature and our schools, and walkability to schools would probably be more important than access to a bus, particularly before a child can ride a bus alone. And then I really appreciate the comments from our student who came this evening. And I feel that we need to spend more time at the table with CU, talking about the needs of students and what the role of the city will be in creating housing. I'm personally interested in other zoning to increase student density in areas that may not be trading off a current family housing in Uni Hill. It doesn't, and I think we should at least be intentional and think about, okay, so we do want Uni Hill to be more of a student area, or we want to increase more high density student housing, and we're going to pick some other areas near CU and stimulate private development there with the hope that we can maintain more of a family feel at Uni Hill. I think we need to have this conversation, and it really intersects directly with what we're doing tonight. And I think that was something that I'm anxious for because I feel like we're lacking direction in that area on what we're going to do to help our students find the housing they need at the price point they need, knowing that, 3/4 of them are really our city residents. And then finally with the transit bill, I like a lot of the ideas in the transit bill, and I don't think we should depend on whether we actually do the transit bill requirements, but we can borrow some of those ideas, including looking at how to protect older stock, as well as looking at how to incentivize 3-bedroom units when 1 and 2 bedroom units are what we're really good at developing right now. We're struggling a little more on the three unit middle housing, as Megan, of course, pointed out. And finally, with the historic issue, I agree with Chelsea 100%. The outcome for not being demolished probably shouldn't be a larger single family home, but moving more toward the middle housing type. So how that is to be done, I'm not sure, but I hope that we can address that as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Tina. All right, I've got lined up Mark, Matt, Tara, Ryan.
Well, before I start, I just want to say I agree with almost everything Tina said. and I support her proposed amendments. And I'm grateful that for a change, I think her comments are longer than mine, so I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm going to vote against this ordinance in its present form for the following reasons. Once again, we have solicited community input and simply discarded it when it suits our purposes. If the entirely negative feedback we received on this ordinance is not statistically valid, the answer is to do a poll that is. Since we adopted the goal in 2016 to achieve 15% affordable and middle-income units by 2035, the city's dashboard shows that we have created 958 rentals and a mere 40 home ownership units. We are producing almost no middle-income housing, and none will be created by this ordinance. You've previously heard it from me and from others in the last week that virtually none of the proposed duplex units will be priced at a level accessible to middle-income buyers. Calling these units, which will likely trade at upwards of 1.3 million, missing middle housing, is entirely deceptive, even if you try to define missing middle as typology, not price. It's deceptive. These are units for the wealthy. The following is clear. If we do not mandate affordability, we will not get affordability. Today, if you attend any meeting of city staff, the police department, or the fire department, and you ask those attending, how many of you live in Boulder? The number of hands raised will be between 0 and negligible. This ordinance will not change that in the least. The bulk of the impact of this ordinance will fall upon the communities least able to bear it. Goss Grove, Martin Acres, and Uni Hill, because that's where existing housing is cheapest. These are the areas that always suffer the brunt of our social engineering. Finally, I'm not against duplexes and appropriate density. I am against duplexes and density that come without a hint of affordability or other community benefit. And I ask my colleagues to remember that you were sent here not only to represent those who voted for you, you were also sent here to represent those who did not. This is an ordinance that will be passed because it can be passed, not one that represents the compromises that build community support. And on the present basis, I dissent. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. We got Matt and Tara and Ryan.
Thank you. I'll start with an amendment I'm interested in. We'll get there, but just to show my interest, I think I'm going to piggyback on the discussion earlier about the landmarking. That is just a wonky, weird exemption where you can go through a formal process, get approved for demo, and still somehow not benefit from the square footage benefit that we're proposing, and be in the same place as if you accidentally demoed. That just seems weird to me. So I'd like to differentiate those two. If you go through the process and you get approved for a demo, you should be able to get the opportunity to use the square footage bonus that we're proposing here. That seems pretty straightforward to me. So I think that was kind of missed. So I'd like to get that fixed. However, that is shaped up in the piece. So that's an amendment I like. It's interesting because I keep hearing these issues of like affordability. That was not the purpose of this. And I just want to like kind of get us back to that this was not about affordability. This was about lowering the barrier of entry, even if fractionally so, to the single family counterpart, to the detached single family home. If that home is going for 2 million and a townhome next to it's going for 1.8, that's a marked improvement. That is lowering the barrier of entry. That is the point of this, not for big A affordability, not middle income, but housing type variety. That's all this is. So if we can't just keep applying these other rules and other constraints that were simply not part of this. And so I think that's where this got a little bit awry with a lot of folks. And so we just got to come back to some of those basics in a really meaningful way. I'm going to support the 350 feet part, mostly because the 550 was just not a part of any of our website, wasn't a part of our staff materials, wasn't part of any of our outreach. I know that sounded interesting, but I don't think that's fair if we weren't talking about that. Staff wasn't putting that out there to community, and then we go ahead and make that leap. I'm not sure that that's fair to community. We said 200 to 300 and we pushed to 350. I think that's very reasonable. That's modest. I think that's appropriate given what we've discussed for quite a long time. There's the concern about speculation on this, I think, is an important one, but the answer is not what we build. The answer lies in what we do to control how what we build is utilized. And I think that these are two separate conversations. And ultimately, I think what's key here is we need to start really thinking about the speculative market and the investors that are coming in and artificially inflating our housing market. That's critical. And I'd love to see us think about, and I've brought this up many times, so I'll keep echoing it, a rental ownership ratio in this community would be great. Maybe creating some sorts of limits on rental licenses in certain areas. Whatever we can do to re-incentivize and rebalance ownership to rental is good for our community, because the other key piece here is the enrollment in schools. And if we aren't bringing families in here to boost up enrollment, BVSD has already told us they're shutting down schools. And we've seen what happens when a neighborhood loses their schools. They're not as vibrant as they used to be. So if this is about family vibrancy, we also have to not just build what we have to do, we have to provide the controls to recalibrate that ownership and rental, so we can maintain folks that want to live there long-term, and families can build equity and move up the scaffolding of economic opportunity in this community. So I think this is a great ordinance. I think it's got a little bit of tweaks in there, but I really would like to see us on the follow end touch on this rental ownership ratio and how do we calibrate and rebalance that for the needs in our community, both now and into the future. So thank you all for the great work, staff, and appreciate all the really great comments and questions from my council colleagues.
Yeah, Matt, thanks very much for that. Very, very perceptive comments. If I could just dive into one little thing that you said earlier at the beginning about the landmarking and removing the second bit, which I agree with, by the way, that it would not allow them more square footage. It would allow them a second unit in the same amount of square footage. Just wanted to clarify that if they are allowed to do the duplex, it does not give them an additional square footage opportunity.
No, I bet it was allowing for the shrinkage of square footage to allow for the second unit.
There you go.
So maybe I think we were saying the same thing, just back differently. So, but that's right.
Just wanted to clarify, right? The resulting building would not be a different size. It would just
correct. Okay. Sorry if I misspoke. Thanks for clarifying that, Aaron.
Appreciate it. Okay, I got Tara, Ryan, Taisha, and Nicole.
Hey, I haven't said much, so I might talk for a little more than you want me to, Aaron. I'm just throwing that out there, but I'll try to be brief. He's rolling his eyes. I'm an eye roller, so I totally appreciate that. First, I want to segue really colloquially in the sense of what Matt said. I feel like we need to really elevate this council discussion, and I would even say bring it as a council priority as soon as next year for staff to find options to slow the rental market and bring us more ownership opportunities and slow down the investor speculative market. So places like the Hill and Martin Acres and Goss Grove can have a good balance of the students and families and seniors. I actually think that this is our biggest problem, not duplexes per se. And this is really causing a lot of agony and stress in this community. However, I do feel like affordability is very important to bring the families here. I'm going to start now at the beginning of what I was going to say. I'm going to go back and find the beginning of. So I am inherently for duplexes for many reasons, but these are my main three reasons. Condos have always given Colorado people entry-level housing ownership options, but because of the condo defect law, that's left developers susceptible to costly lawsuits they're not always responsible for, which in turn makes it too difficult and expensive to find insurers willing to underwrite condo projects. So we did lose a lot with the condo defect law, even though, of course, it was important on a lot of levels. But so this law basically stopped builders from building new condos. So now we mostly have these really old condos, and most of them are small. Even the 3-bedroom ones are small. And just to personalize it, my daughter lives in son-in-law, and there are 2 kids going on 3 kids. They have about 1,400 square feet, and she's going to have her 3rd child, and they need a little bit more space. But where really can she move? Because she can't afford a single family home, especially not in Sobo, Western Broadway. So a duplex for her would work really well. And this is actually, if I could just stick up for the name, family-friendly ordinance. In a sense, this is why I felt it was family-friendly, because we do not have a step from going from the old condo to somewhere else before somebody, if ever, can afford a single family home, especially Western Broadway. So in that way, that is why I do like duplexes. And my second reason is many of you know Rachel Friend, former city council member. She wanted to build a duplex for her aging parents to move into. They're not really aging. They have young hearts, if you know them. But she wants them to be able to age in place right next door to her so that she can take care of them in later life. And I would hope that my kids would do that for me. Honestly, I think that is one of the great things about a duplex is you can have your family live next to you. It's really great missing middle housing stock because it fits into the character of neighborhoods most easily, and I've seen a lot of really beautiful ones. However, this is the issue I have with this ordinance, and I think that many of our constituents said it well, but especially Evan Rabbits tonight. So the problem is we don't have affordability baked in. And whether owner occupancy is required or there should be incentives for owner occupancy, there has to be something or we're just going to get more expensive housing. So I have to agree with a lot of the community members. So going to what Evan said, what was that quote Evan said? I'm going to find it right now. Please, I want to redo this with incentives for affordability. That's what I would say, because right now it's really not going to get us where I would like to be. And that would be more families living here. Even at $1.5 million for a duplex or $2 million probably is what a lot of duplexes cost. It's just too much money for most people. So that's the first point that I have to make. The second one is about community buy-in. And just to talk for a second about owner occupancy. Wait, hold on. Let me just find my place for 1 second. I think that we can, even though, Carl, I know that it's hard to find these answers. I really think we can do it. We just have to really focus on putting a lot of time and energy into figuring out what to do about the affordability of these duplexes. There has to be a way. I refuse to give up. Second, I want to talk about community buy-in. If we could go back to that October 17th study, and Carl, I'm wondering if you can pull that up for a second, specifically page 63. Staff made a story map questionnaire on August 16th that had some questions that asked community members to provide feedback on the specific zoning changes. And the questionnaire, as we talked about tonight, was not intended to be scientific or statistically valid, but it was a gauge as to how community felt. And more than half of the responses, way more than half, did not indicate support or else were really probably not. It was either definitely not or probably not. I'm wondering, Carl, if you have that little pie chart somewhere. Oh, he's sharing. Thank you, Carl.
That's great, Carl. And just Tara, it is getting late. So hopefully you got.
I know it. I am almost done. Okay. I'm wrapping it up here. So as you can see, L1, isn't that, Carl, is that like, do we want any zoning changes in RL1 and RR?
This one's related to RMX1. I can go down.
Okay, go to the next one. That one. Is that RL1 and RR?
This one is.
Okay. So if you look at that pie, look how many people are not for it. A whole lot of people are either not for it or really mostly not for it. And then there's a little bit of purple that says they don't know, but that really leaves about 25 or 30% that are for it. So what I'm asking is similar to what Mark said. Let's then have a statistically valid survey and see what people are really saying so that we feel like people are listening to us. And so that is what I think about that. And my last point, thank you for your patience. I just skipped like 2 paragraphs. I think we have really no idea about what the impacts are about the state eliminating the occupancy limits. I have a few questions. Did rents go up for the students on the Hill? Did they stay the same? Did they go down? That's my first question. Do we even look at rents and what the occupancy limit changes did for rents? Is the noise and trash ordinance doing its job? So according to some emails we got, there's already been an impact, and houses on the Hill are indeed being sold to investors for student housing. And right now, no matter how we vote tonight, and I'm guessing I know how we're going to vote, all I'm asking is that we really dedicate ourselves as a council to figuring out a way to do something about the investor, to stop investors from buying up these properties on the Hill and in other neighborhoods, and to really just bring more affordability to this town. And that is what I have to say.
Okay, thanks, Tara. We got Ryan, Taisha, Nicole, and Lauren.
Boulder is unique. I say that as someone who, with my spouse, made Boulder our chosen home. We chose to plan our lives and raise our children here, who are now in elementary school. There's no place like it, and in my city council role, I have no higher duty than to safeguard it. And on a quick personal note, one of the most wonderfully unique things that's happened to me, as some of you have heard, is when my first grade 6-year-old gained a new classmate and she moved in about a quarter mile away from us, making her the first kid of my kid's age that my kid could walk to. This was a double blessing because classmates in her preschool had begun to move away. But what's important for us tonight is not why Boulder is unique, but what we have in common with other towns. The first thing is aging. We have heard from the state's most authoritative demographer that the distribution of ages is growing older, seriously older, and this fundamentally challenges the economics that hold our community and our society together. It's not good for younger people, and it's not good for seniors for us not to get our arms around this. And we have heard that letting more people live here is one of the best remedies because people who come tend to be younger and tend to have kids. We need to be focused on creating a greater intergenerational balance. It's one of our top duties. Second, affordability through evidence-based approaches of reducing scarcity. We live in a condition of unaffordability that is obviously a problem for a number of reasons. It is also new compared to those who have had their homes for decades or longer. And it is, it's driving a lot of the problems and social costs that we're all bearing. And ultimately, the source of this unaffordability is scarcity. Unfortunately, the tools of deed-restricted affordability that we do have are not a way to create the scale to address that scarcity. The third thing is that we need to make a more integrated system of housing and transportation that gives us the infrastructure, the proximity, and the shared resources to create a transportation system that's walkable, bikeable, transit-rich, and that helps to alleviate the car dependence that is problematic for so many of us. And also to turn back the traffic woes that are largely what make people feel like Boulder is too crowded. And just as a reminder, if you go to one of the towns in Western Europe where the majority of people are car light, these are places where density is twice of that of Denver or more, Boulder or more. And the final thing is that the most authoritative climate science people have pointed to tell us that compact land use, which means infill affordable housing, infill middle housing that's transit oriented, is fundamental to climate action because it allows more structural efficiency, which also multiplies the possibilities of other climate investments. So what you think about this policy, what you think about the urgency and the importance of this policy is about how you feel about the importance of us dealing with aging, us dealing with affordability through evidence-based measures, through creating access that reduces costs and traffic, and whether you think it's important that we follow the science of climate action that tells us to create more compactness. In my judgment, this is what the people of Boulder want, and I think it's a great policy. I don't think it's particularly radical. I think staff have really pushed us to say this is something that will be within the BVC, the confines of a BVCP that was set before our council. And staff has told us that they expect it to changes to be slow. And it doesn't force anything, but it tells homeowners, it gives them more freedom to do what they want. I think ultimately this is a kind of a policy that will provide a gentle feathering distributed around the city, and makes a lot of sense. I'll be in favor of the measure to increase the standard of preventing upzoning from probable cause to a more fuller landmarking, something that Chelsea talked to. I think that was in addition to the other point that Matt raised, which I think I agree with. And I also do favor the 550-foot increase that Claudia mentioned. Final thing is, this is not the only thing we need to do. We need to, I agree, work on this investor-owned issue. This is clearly part of a national structural problem that is pitting homeowners against renters, and multiplied by the private equity and capital markets. We also have to do the actual work to make sure that we have transportation measures that follow the density that happens. And finally, we have to do this not just with us, but with our regional other communities and partners. We can't do this alone, but we can't expect others to do it if we're not willing to lead. So I'm excited about this, and thanks.
All right, thanks, Ryan. All right, we got Taisha Nicole Martin.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who's talked thus far. A lot of things I agree with. As you know, I ran on climate and cultural resilience, and to me, the biggest driver of this effort is climate. As my colleague referenced earlier, this was never about affordability. This was about creating different, what is that fancy word? Typologies. And so I just want to honor the work of our previous council members, but I also and their willingness to not only address the need for variety in that middle section, but also to increase density in a responsible way. I've already raised some of the issues that and hope to see more around the intersection of the environmental impacts and benefits of this type of density increase, in addition to decreases in emissions. As I mentioned, there's also the shared infrastructure, so that we don't, if there's, by having that increased density, we're not sprawling out, which means we don't have to spend millions of dollars, with new utilities and those kinds of things. It also helps us with disaster response and management. Let me see what else. I will say, though, and I agree that affordability continues to be a challenge for our community. And I have already raised my concerns around our qualitative approach to research. However, if anything, what our current research approaches have indicated is that white, wealthy, single homeowners tend to be overrepresented in our qualitative efforts, as evidenced by at least the research that I've seen thus far. And so, although I appreciate the need and interest for having reliable and valid data, I would recognize that this issue is something that extends across the agency, and is something that I know is being worked on to ensure that racially and ethnically diverse voices, socioeconomically diverse voices, as well as those who, could potentially be in demand for this. I also want to lift up and echo not only the increase in older folks in our community, but also the increase that we're seeing in intergenerational communities. As I mentioned, my mother lives with my brother, or my brother lives with her mother, or however you want to say it. But again, in a duplex-like townhome that, again, is something that we're going to continue to see more and more. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the fires that are burning in California right now, as somebody who used to live in the Pacific Palisades and whose auntie's home is no longer in Alameda. I am acutely aware of sprawl and the intergenerational failure of many communities to prevent sprawl from happening, as well as the increased sprawl that continues to happen across our across our state. And so therefore I am supportive of this measure. Although I do want to lift up again the affordability issue and making sure that, but I did want to bring up, sorry, that when there are, thank you, Lauren, for letting us know that quads are a possibility as well as triplexes, which we already knew, which again does significantly impact affordability. And so I do want to lift that up. And then I'm also in agreement with the change around the landmarks and 350 for the setbacks. Thank you so much.
And very sorry to hear about your aunt losing her home. That's a real shame. As yeah, lots of people have suffered losses. It's been terrible. Okay, we've got Nicole and then Lauren.
Thanks. First of all, I just want to say I agree with Mark and others that if we're going to be doing surveys, we really need to be doing statistically representative surveys. As we've seen here throughout this process, these convenient sample surveys create a lot of confusion and mislead the community about how the city is using those data to make decisions, especially given our community engagement framework that changed under a different council than I was ever a part of. But as we get better at following that framework that aims to hear from everyone and not just the most extreme views, I think it's really important that we are making it clear to the community how we are using information to guide our decision making. To get to some of the specific questions that staff had, I'm not really interested in changing the conditions for increased density in the RMX1 zone because it does seem to me that it incentivizes replacing potentially historic homes with larger single-family homes instead of smaller duplexes or triplexes. We also didn't do any engagement on that topic, so we don't have a sense about how the broader community feels about that. Under the same logic, and for that reason, I'm not as interested in increasing the distance for duplexes in RL1 and R zones, because as staff notes, we didn't do engagement on that. I would really love us, whatever happens tonight, to do more education to help the community understand that these changes are not going to lead to skyscrapers and large apartment buildings, nor are they going to allow more development of lots, like having more space in the lots developed. Our neighborhoods are already changing with the creation of a lot of really big single-family homes. This allows property owners to decide to build 2 homes instead of 1. It doesn't mean it's bigger. It just means it's 2 in the same space as 1. I also really want us in the future to be focused on affordability for people who are here now, which is going to come through other policies than zoning. Someone mentioned before about kind of why we're here and why we were elected to council. I'm here to build a livable future for our residents, workers, students, and visitors. Local land use policies like what we're doing tonight unfold over decades in terms of their impacts. The building boom that we're experiencing today comes from council decisions that were made many years and decades ago. The changes in this ordinance are consistent with the current BVCP, which was last updated before anybody, but I think Aaron was on council. We aren't allowing development on open space land. We aren't allowing skyscrapers. We aren't likely to see a doubling or tripling of people in our single family neighborhoods in my lifetime. And I just want to kind of give a personal note here, and I'm going to say this, and there may be a little bit of emotion in it because I'm taking some of the criticisms of this a little bit personally, and here's why. I live in an RM1 neighborhood where we have a mix of apartments, condos, and single-family homes. Most of my neighborhood was built in the 70s. And I'm sure people in the 70s were talking about how more housing was going to ruin the city, especially having single family homes mixing with apartments and condos. Most of the council members who made the decisions that made my neighborhood possible aren't here anymore. But if they were, I would thank them and have so much gratitude. 50 years later, now in 2025, in my neighborhood, I hear children laughing. I hear neighbors talking to each other. I see people walking to the RTD bus stop a half mile away. Parents or grandparents are waiting for school buses in the afternoon. Older couples walk hand in hand around the neighborhood in the evening as the sun's going down when it's warmer. People are out playing with their dogs. Young professionals are sometimes taking meetings on their phones while taking a walk over lunch. Students are grilling on their patio, but the 800 square feet of condo space that they're in limits how big their parties can get. People have house concerts in their backyards or birthday parties in the nearby park. People share fruit from their trees with other neighbors. So I'm really confused about what is so scary and destructive to the character of a neighborhood to have people with a wide range of incomes, ages, household sizes, and types all living together and caring for each other. I would argue that my neighborhood enhances the quality of life in the city, and it is a gift that I wish for everyone in our future to have. Thank you.
That's very moving, Nicole. Thank you. Lauren.
Thank you. And thanks for painting that pretty picture, Nicole. As someone who lives in kind of a similar neighborhood, it resonates with me a lot. So thank you for that. Given the late hour, I was thinking I would make a motion. So I move that we adopt ordinance 8666, amending chapters 9-2, review processes, 9-6, use standards, and 9-8, intensity standards of Title IX, Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to amend density and intensity standards to allow development of additional dwelling units in the residential rural 1, RR1, residential rural 2, RR2, residential low 1, RL1, residential medium 1, RM1, and residential mixed 1, RMX1. Zoning districts to amend review procedures and use standards to reduce regulatory requirements for certain residential developments and setting forth related details. I would like to amend this ordinance and strike 9-83B2 that states, following the demolition of a principal building after a finding of probable cause that it may be eligible for landmark designation in an initial review under subsection D of section 9-1123, review of permits for demolition, on-site relocation, and off-site relocation of buildings not designated, BRC 1981. That was the section beforehand that Chelsea mentioned that relates to landmarking. That maintains that if something was demoed without seeking a permit, that the additional intensity would not be allowed.
I will second that, Lauren.
Okay.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. So I'm supporting ordinance 8666 because this is a necessary step towards addressing Boulder's housing challenges, creating more inclusive neighborhoods, and preparing our city for a sustainable future. In my email, I received a number of comments relating to Boulder being full. For too long, the idea of Boulder being full has been used to justify our housing policies, unaffordable housing prices, and generally keeping people out of our community. And I want to be clear that I do not think Boulder is full. What we are experiencing is a lack of accessible housing for middle-income families, younger generations, and essential workers who keep our city running. And when people who work in our community can't afford to live in our community, that forces them to commute from long distances and forces them into car-dependent lifestyles. Saying Boulder is full sends a message that we value exclusivity over community. And that's not who I believe we are, and certainly not who I hope we aspire to be. Instead, I hope we can create an opportunity for those excluded from our community to be our neighbors. This ordinance seeks to address a critical gap in our housing stock. Currently, the options for middle-income households are disappearing. On one side, we have deed-restricted affordable units for those who qualify, and on the other side, we have market-rate single-family housing that is becoming increasingly unattainable for most. Duplexes provide a stepping stone, market rate housing that is more affordable than large single-family homes, offering opportunities for families and individuals to live and thrive here. But because there is always a premium for something new and change is slow, it will take time for the benefits of this to become apparent. This general increase in density is not just about affordability, it's about aligning with our climate goals. The IPCC has made it clear that urban areas must embrace denser, more sustainable development to reduce emissions. By allowing duplexes and increasing density near transit corridors, we reduce car dependency, promote walkable neighborhoods, and make public transportation more viable. These changes are essential for cutting our emissions and meeting our city's climate commitments. Some opponents argue that this ordinance will destroy the character of our neighborhoods, and I strongly disagree. This ordinance allows for gradual, thoughtful redevelopment. It will increase our housing stock over time without substantially altering the character of residential neighborhoods. This natural evolution aligns with Boulder's values of sustainability, equity, and community. We also know that denser neighborhoods are more vibrant and resilient. Duplexes bring diversity, not just in income, but in age, background, and perspective. They allow young families to move in, supporting our schools and local businesses, and they provide opportunities for seniors to downsize and stay in the community they love. This ordinance is a modest but meaningful step towards a better Boulder, one that is more affordable, inclusive, and environmentally responsible. And I urge my colleagues to support it and to continue thinking boldly about our housing policies to ensure that Boulder remains a place where people from all walks of life can call home. Thank you. While I would personally support increasing the distance from the 350 that we have proposed, I didn't see enough support for that. So right now, I'm proposing that we keep it the same, and then again, striking that portion of the code related to the historic eligibility. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for that, Lauren. That was very eloquent. So Tina, if I may call on myself before I turn to you. So yes, you got your hand raised.
Can I ask a process question?
Sure.
Did we need to have the motion seconded before she put out the amendment, or did she, because she described it as an amendment?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly over the years have many times made a motion that included an amendment to the text of the ordinance. So I've seen that in practice, but Teresa, do you feel like we should do it differently? Please let us know.
So technically you would want a motion, a second, and then you would want someone else to introduce the amendment. Here, I think it's sufficiently clear what Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts is moving, and so I think we're fine to move forward.
Great, thanks for checking in, Tina. Appreciate that, Teresa. So you all have spoken very eloquently. I will not speak for very long, given the hour. So my colleagues who've spoken in support, I ditto essentially everything that's been said. There's been some really wonderful things said in the way that they were said, and just a couple things to emphasize that. By allowing duplexes, we are, to reiterate, not allowing a building that is any bigger at all. So it would, right now, if you scrape a house and rebuild it, your only choice is to build one large single family home. With this change, you would not be allowed to build a building that's any bigger, but you could put a wall in it and have two families living there. And that's really the limit of what we're doing here. And so I think it's a really modest incremental change. I think it is family friendly because I think your incentive to split a house into two is probably more likely to be something that's more desirable for families with younger children rather than two sets of students. And not that there's anything wrong with student housing, we really need that too. But I do think there's a family-friendly aspect to this, and it is modest. And I think the change we will see over time will be gradual, but we will have an additional housing option going forward that we have not had in the past. And I think that that's beneficial for all the many reasons that have been stated by my colleagues. And that just on the engagement front, I wanted to say that I found the survey to be informative, but I consider a non-scientific survey like that to be qualitative rather than quantitative, right? So I don't look at just the exact numbers and how many percent were for what or for what, but to me, that I got a sense of there's support and there is opposition, and there's strongly held feelings in a number of ways. And so that those comments from those surveys, they help guide our thinking, but a non-scientific survey like that is not, I would say, dispositive in terms of the numbers that are there. But I really appreciate city staff's efforts in bringing this forward. And I think this will be a modest but positive step forward for housing opportunities in our city over time. And I will, and I just wanted to be clarifying on Lauren's motion that in terms of the landmarking side, that if someone, as proposed, if somebody demos a house without permission, they will not be allowed to build a duplex. But if they apply for a demolition through the landmarking process and they are granted the ability to demolish that house legally, then they would be able to build a duplex if they wanted to. So that's the modification that Lauren has proposed, which I support. Okay, so we got a motion and a second on the table. Does anybody want to propose any other changes to what we have in front of us before we get voting? Tina.
I just wanted to propose the change that we exclude the area west of Broadway and South Boulder for 6 months from when it goes into effect. And that's just recognizing that we don't have the wildfire hardening in place there. And I think we should probably not add more fencing or landscaping that's not helpful for fires until that time.
Teresa, is that a concrete enough amendment that Tina could just offer that up as an amendment as stated?
I think we would have to bring some language back, but it at a future reading.
And I have the language. Yeah, you gave me the specific language. Should I use that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and do it in the form of a motion to amend, Tina, so we get our...
Yeah.
Great.
Let me just pull it up because staff kindly provided it. So I would just like to make a motion to continue. Well, this was to ask staff to prepare an amendment to the ordinance to remove the following transit routes from Appendix J west of Broadway, Table Mesa Drive, Lehigh Street, Greenbrier Boulevard, and Gillespie Drive for a period of 6 months from the day that the ordinance 8666 goes into effect.
Thanks for that. But can I just ask, do we need to continue the meeting? I mean, that feels like a very clearly worded amendment that seems like...
Yeah, I don't think we need to continue the meeting because that was if I was doing it before the first motion. Sorry about that.
So just a motion to amend to remove those stated areas for a period of 6 months.
Yes.
Ella, do you want to chime in here?
Yeah, I have a question for clarification. The language about continuing it or removing it for 6 months, that's the part that I'm concerned about, that we would have to think about how that would work in an ordinance. Yeah, that's not really part of the language, I guess. I think the language we discussed earlier today was how to remove those particular areas, but not to have a time trigger where part of the ordinance becomes effective later. If we want to do that, then I would recommend that council continue the second meeting to another date so that we could consider how to draft that up.
No. Why don't I just withdraw the motion and I'll just let this one go. Thanks.
Okay. Appreciate your flexibility there, Tina. I will say that I think the pace at which this will move, I don't think it will end up being terribly impactful. So thanks for the flexibility. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. So I would like to go ahead and move to a vote if I could. Alicia, if you could walk us through that, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll start the vote for the ordinance 8666 as amended with Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquis.
No.
Shuhard.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
No.
Weiner.
No.
Adams.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Ordinance 8666 as amended is hereby approved with a vote of 6-3.
Thank you, Alicia. Thanks, Council. And Lauren, do you want to throw in an extra comment before we wrap up this item?
I just wanted to say thank you for staff. I know this has been a significant process, and I really appreciate all the work you've put into on this. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And this has been a years-long process that this is wrapping up the final piece of it. So Carl, and huge appreciation to you and your team for all the work to get us here. It's been a lot of steps. So very grateful for that. All right, so that brings us to the end of that item. Before we move on to our final agenda item, I just wanted to pause for a moment. And Taisha, so if I call on you, I think you wanted to make a comment about a previous vote.
Yes, for the consent agenda, I neglected to clarify that I was a yes except for G. So I mentioned it, but then I didn't vote that way. So I wanted to correct the record. Thank you.
Very good. And Teresa, do we have to do anything more formal than that?
I'm sorry. I was dealing with another procedural issue that I need to point out to you, and so I didn't hear exactly what that was.
So Taisha wanted to clarify that she intended to vote no on item G on the consent agenda.
Oh. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if you can go back and change a vote.
Can we at least make sure it's in the minutes? And
Yes.
then we can see if it's possible to revise the vote tally if you
Absolutely. But also, Mayor,
but just before we put Taisha, is that adequate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Teresa.
because the motion was amended, it has to be published in full for 10 days before it can be adopted. And so this will need to come to a third reading.
Understood. We'll look for a third reading. Okay, well, that brings us to our last agenda item. Our phenomenal municipal judge, Judge Khan, has been waiting patiently. And so I'd like to turn things over. Alicia, can you get us going on our item 4A, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item 4A on tonight's agenda is our last item, and it is the matters from the city manager, and it is the municipal court update.
And we can go straight to the judge. Jeff?
All right, good evening. And Emily, if you'll put up the PowerPoint, that would be terrific. And good evening, Mayor Brockett, Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts, and City Council members. I am Jeff Kahn, the presiding judge for the City of Boulder Municipal Court. Tonight, I will go over the court's 2024 case filings and our 2025 work plan. Next slide, please. This chart shows the various types of cases that we handle at the municipal court. We handled approximately 4,000 traffic cases in 2024. We addressed approximately 1,900 criminal cases during the year. There were over 60,000 photo enforcement citations issued between January 1st of 2024 and December 15th of 2024, and approximately 80,000 parking citations were issued during that same period. We also handle animal and code violations and civil appeals filed in connection with the city's quasi judicial review process. And if you'll note in the upper right-hand corner, the number 3,849, in the memo that I attached to the agenda item, that number there was a typo that said 2,849. The 3,849 number is the correct number. And next slide, please. In this chart, we identify the traffic filings from 2021 through 2024. As you can see, the filings dropped a little bit from 2021 to 2022. And then they have increased steadily since that time. And in 2024, we had 3,849 traffic filings. Also want to point out that the orange bars there represent juvenile filings. And as you can see, it's just a small number. We just don't get a lot of traffic tickets issued to people under the age of 18. And you'll see that as well with criminal cases. I would anticipate that the numbers in 2025 will be quite similar to these, or perhaps even a little bit higher. We're pretty close to fully staffed at the police department, and with the Vision Zero program in effect, I would expect that we'll continue to see fairly robust filings in our court. I'll point out that we're a dependent agency. We don't control what gets filed in our court. We react to the filings that come to us, but we do try to project what's going to happen in the ensuing years. And so I would expect that we'll see similar numbers or perhaps a little bit more in 2025. Next slide, please. This slide depicts the photo enforcement filings for 2021 through 2024. And I'll just point out that in 2024, we exceeded 60,000 actual total photo enforcement filings. There was a new provision. The Vision Zero program also envisioned the idea of having these new cameras that were enacted or activated at some of the intersections throughout the city. And so you see that green bar there at 2024, and that represents 6,139 speed on green violations that were cited, and that all started in about June of 2024. Much like our traffic enforcement, I would expect that all our photo enforcement numbers will be similar or perhaps slightly more in 2025. Next slide, please. This chart demonstrates the number of criminal filings that we've seen in the last 4 years. From 2021 to 2022, we did see a drop off in criminal filings, and then they've increased in 2024. We had approximately 1,900 criminal adult filings. And again, if you look, the orange bars here represent juveniles, just a very small number of juvenile filings in our court. And that's primarily because we have a district court that has a juvenile division. And so most of the criminal cases get filed in the juvenile district court. And I would expect that we'll probably see similar numbers next year. It's, again, very difficult to predict, but I would anticipate that we'll be somewhere between 1,700 and 2,000 criminal filings in our court. Next slide, please. These are the animal cases that we have seen in the last 4 years. The numbers fluctuate a little bit, but as you can see, again, a drop off from 2021 to 2022. And then we moved forward, and from 2022 to 2024, the numbers started to increase again. Most of the tickets that you see here, these violations for animal violations, are dog at large. Some of them are violations of the open space areas where dogs are on voice and sight control, and people violate that ordinance. But we also have a lot of aggressive animal citations, and our aggressive animal cases are ones that we take pretty seriously. So we have people who, when they plead guilty to an aggressive animal charge, they're required to have an evaluation of their dog. Usually that's done at the Boulder Valley Humane Society, but we have a couple of the other agencies that we authorize to do those evaluations. I really rely on those experts to give us the information that we need, and then I can impose sentence conditions that protect the community going forward, hopefully preventing future incidents. And so that's what we've had for 2024. Next slide, please. This slide depicts the parking citations and the parking appeals that we've seen between 2021 and 2024. And basically, our parking filings have been in a pretty narrow range during that period. We hover between 80 and 90,000 citations per year. Most of these citations are resolved without any court involvement. We have a very efficient online appeal program, which allows people who want to contest a citation to file an appeal with our staff. And I give them some guidance, but they actually have the authority as referees to decide some of these appeals for people. The appeals are really a small percentage of the number of cases that get filed, but they do help us resolve those tickets that people would otherwise want to set for trial. They can get the resolution that they want through the appeal process. And of course, if they still want to set for trial, they can also still do that. And then finally, I do offer on Fridays an opportunity for defendants who have parking citations that want to come and speak with me. They can do that in what we call a parking add-on docket. It's a very informal docket where there's not a prosecutor or staff there. It's really just me and the defendant with an opportunity to talk about their outstanding tickets. Most of the people who appear at this parking add-on docket are people who have a lot of tickets. They're trying to figure out how to dig out, or they've actually had their vehicle towed. And so we allow that additional opportunity as a way to resolve these cases for people. We've only had about 11 trials in the last 4 years of parking citations. And I point that out because if you think about the amount of resource that would be used if we didn't have all these other alternate ways to resolve these cases, we'd have a lot of trials with a lot of community vitality ambassadors having to appear for trial, staff from the prosecutor's office, and then court staff involved in those trials. And we just don't have that problem. So very happy with the way we're resolving these for the community. Next slide, please. When a party is issued a civil penalty notice or a directive from a code enforcement officer, they may have the right to appeal that notice through the city's quasi-judicial review process. This chart depicts the appeals that have been filed in our court. It doesn't depict the actual total number of agency citations that were issued, just the appeals that come to our court. We don't have the ability to track the number of citations that might be issued. But as you can see, not a lot of appeals, but enough that it creates some work for our staff and for the prosecutor's office. And the prosecutor's office just do a terrific job of resolving these appeals with the appellants before trial. We only had 4 cases actually go to a full hearing this past year. And the types of cases that we're talking about here are rental license violations, bear trash violations, perhaps somebody's had their marijuana license suspended or revoked. They can appeal those. And those are the types of things that we see here. And sometimes it's a building code violation. But again, a pretty robust process that results in cases getting resolved without having hearings. Next slide, please. I wanted to take the bulk of this short presentation to talk a little bit about our work plan. If you read the memo that I attached to the agenda item for tonight, I set forth a little bit of a discussion about where we've been in the last few years. We're a court in transition. We've lost a lot of really talented people to retirement over the last few years. And so we've spent really the majority of 2023 and 2024 recruiting, hiring, and training new court staff. And we'll be doing some more of that in 2025. We also are going to be hiring a new associate judge in the early part of 2025. So those are all important features of what we'll be doing next year. We also want to improve the public access to court data. When we first started having an electronic database, we never anticipated, it was 15 or 20 years ago, we never anticipated that we were going to have the need to really have a data dashboard or something like that. But we really are seeing that there is that need and the community desire to have that. So we're going to have to do some overhauling of our actual process of how we enter data. And we've started that already. But that's why it's taking a little bit of time. We want to enter the data in a way so that it'll be accurate when we try to retrieve it, and we can get good quality information that we can put in a data dashboard. And so that's something that we've started. Devon Kissa-Kelly and I have had the discussions. We anticipate that we will have a data dashboard up by the end of 2025. If we're lucky enough, perhaps it'll be sooner, but that's what we're committed to. And I want to point out that we rely on one person to do all of our data analysis and involved in our data endeavors, and that's Josh Jackson. He's been with our court for a long time. He's a terrific guy and gets a lot of work done for us, but he's just one person. And so that's why this process is a pretty labor-intensive process for one person to manage. And I point that out for you so that community members can understand why it's taking us a little bit of energy and time to get there. We also want to improve transparency of our court programs. To the extent that's permitted by the ethical canons for judges, I will participate in public discussions about court-related programs. This fall, I spoke alongside Deputy City Attorney Chris Reynolds and Chief of Police Redfern at a Boulder Chamber of Commerce meeting. I'm not able to meet with individuals to discuss court programs, but I can't speak publicly as long as I do not discuss individual cases. And I'm going to try to do that because I view these public speaking opportunities as a chance to inform the public about our court programs and our problem-solving approach. And then finally, I would like to make some advancements in the way that our court addresses the addiction and mental health issues that affect so many of our court participants. Since we are a municipal court, we don't have direct access to state programs or county funded programs, and that's a challenge for us. But I believe we can improve our communication and our collaboration with the state court and with the district attorney's office so that those who face charges in both of our court and the state court have access to programs that truly get at the heart of the issues that these individuals face. And so we're going to try to do a little more of that. I'll be attending some conferences and interacting with my colleagues around the state to see what others are doing to deal with mental health issues. There are a couple of courts that have stood up mental health courts, and I want to see how those are working for those individuals and see what we can do to improve our work in that field. And then the next slide, please. I hope this abbreviated presentation format is working for council. It's been a long night for you all. I've watched it. You work really hard, and I try to keep this pretty short for you. But as I have stated in the past, data is important, and the narrative that I attached to our memo is certainly important as well. But the best way to understand what we do as a court is to observe our court proceedings. And we do have everything streamed live. We have a YouTube channel. So if anybody that wants to watch, any member of the public that wants to watch our court in operation, see an arraignment docket, they can do so. I included the link on the memo that I attached to the agenda item. It's also there's also access to that YouTube channel through our city webpage. So there's opportunities for people to observe, and I hope people will take the opportunity to do so. I do have Teresa Taylor Tate here to answer questions if they arise that might be more appropriately answered by the prosecutors, and Devon Kissick Kelly, who has also been watching tonight. She's available if there's questions that involve our court.
All right, Judge Kahn, thanks so much. That was short but action-packed. You packed a lot of information into a short presentation, which we appreciate. And thanks for sticking with us. We got a couple questions for you from Tara and Matt.
Actually, no questions, but just comments, if that's okay. First of all, I just want to thank Judge Kahn because, first of all, you're amazing. I'm a fan. And thank you for doing something with the mental health issues. I really appreciate that. But most of all, I just want to tell my colleagues that I got to sit in on both community court, which you can see virtually, and criminal court this past week and the past 2 weeks. And I've gotten so much out of it. It really gave me a great understanding. And so I suggest that for everybody. It just really helps to understand the court system, municipal court versus district court and county court, et cetera. So thanks for all that you do, Judge Kahn. I really appreciate you.
Thank you. It was great to have you with us. Thank you for doing that, Counselor.
Matt?
I appreciate that, Aaron. Yeah, I just have one question. Kind of goes to just sort of impacts to your staff and your team. I know that state laws recently permitted us to enhance and increase the amount of photo radars we can have around our community. And so I'm just wondering, as that increase occurs, how do you anticipate impacting your staff and your team processing what would be, I would assume, a much higher volume of traffic tickets and violations? So I'm just wondering, how are you guys prepared and applying those resources as that system grows quite rapidly in the near future?
It's a good question. Devon actually anticipated this. She was keeping track of it pretty closely over the last 9 to 12 months and keeping our staff aware that we were going to have more filings, and the prosecutor's office obviously kept us abreast of the changes that were coming. So we were anticipating that there would be more this year, and we expect that there'll be more next year. We did have a meeting about 3 months ago to talk about our process, how we were handling those in the current database that we have. And we have a follow-up meeting scheduled, I think in the next couple of weeks, actually, to have a conversation with the people who really manage our database. It's a lot of a database issue because so many of those get handled either through an online process where people can appeal the citation if they've got the wrong driver, took a picture of the wife instead of the husband or something of that nature. So a lot of those are done through an online process where people can appeal. And we're trying to make that a little more robust, a little more efficient for the public. So that's number one. And then with respect to the volume, I'm of a viewpoint that we're gonna be able to manage that volume without any change in staffing. We'll see how it goes in the first 6 months, but I'm anticipating we'll be able to handle it.
Fantastic. Well, don't hesitate to reach out to us if things change and you need more help with that. Because keeping our community safe on that traffic side is really important to us. But aside from that, just want to say thank you for all your great work. And it's been tremendous to see you slide into this role as our judge. And you've just took it in stride and are doing great work. So thanks again. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. You guys are great support. Appreciate it.
Nicole and then Ryan.
Thank you, and thanks so much for the informative presentation, Judge Khan, and just also making the court more available for us to watch and see what's going on. So really appreciate all of that. I just had a couple more sort of general questions. One of the things that seems to be a theme through all the different types of issues that you're dealing with the court is, and I just want to make sure I'm summarizing this correctly. We're really focusing on trying to keep people out of the court. And if they make it to the court, we really want to try to make it so that that's their one and only time to be in the court. Would you say that's sort of a general philosophy of the work that you do there with partnerships with the city attorney's office and city manager and our other jurisdictions?
It absolutely is. You know, all of the research points to the idea that the traditional views that people have of court systems that, you know, and we have these long processes where people come and we have lengthy sentencing and a lot of conditions that are placed on sentences. Those types of approaches haven't really been successful. And so what we've done over the last, I would say 10 years, Judge Cook gets a lot of credit for this because she was very innovative in her viewpoint as to what we ought to be doing. And it's much more of a, let's try to solve the problem. Let's try to limit the amount of time that people have to spend with us. On the more serious violations, obviously it's a little bit different approach, but on the ones that are minor infractions, whether they're minor criminal infractions, a dog at large charge, whatever it might be, we try to make it so that it's the impact of having to deal with it for the community isn't as large as it had been in the past. So I think you're right on that.
Thank you. And then one of the other questions that I have, and again, this is just a big question. At the national level, right, we're starting to see some kind of questioning of the legitimacy of courts and things like that within the judicial system. And I'm just wondering if any of these kind of bigger trends are creating any challenges or will create any challenges for our municipal court in the coming years.
I haven't seen it yet. It's a topic of concern. The Court Clerks Association is going to be presenting a webinar. Well, actually, I think it's actually a seminar for their group that I just learned about today, what the content's going to be. And it's going to be really focusing on that very issue. Most of what they're going to be talking about is having the judiciary, what it can do to try to enable others to have a better view of us and to have more confidence in what we do. And I think some of the work that we're doing, a lot of the municipal courts across the state are doing really great work. And part of the problem is that that work's not getting out to the communities. Communities don't understand, hey, we're really helping solve problems. And so we all have to do a better job of that. And I'm one of the individuals at our Colorado Municipal Judges Association who's going to spearhead a more of a, let's get out and talk to our public a little bit to the extent that we can so that we can share what we're doing. So I think that's part of the response to it. And I'm a little bit concerned about where we head, you know, with people not wanting to trust or even just to completely reject outright what courts are doing. And that's why it's so important for me to stay on that path of being independent and impartial so that we can't be accused of doing something in a political way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, thank you again for all the work that you and everyone else in the court and certainly city attorney's office and all of your partners there too. Thank you.
And I want to thank you you've been such a good support and come over and spent so many different times with us. It's our staff really appreciates seeing members of council engage with us. It's really been great.
Ryan.
Thanks. A kind of a transportation colloquy, but first, Judge, thanks. I echo my colleagues' gratitude for your work and also for hosting me for my first community court this morning. As an observer, I look forward to coming again soon. On transportation, I think I asked something along these lines a year ago when you did this presentation, but now I'm just thinking, yeah, it is striking to watch the slides go by and show who is coming to appear for you and how much of it has to do with transportation, with with speeding, with enforcement, red light running, with parking. And, you know, I think at some level we're all kind of just inured to it, that's just a part of life that we do that. But I think it really fundamentally describes a defective design. It's not unique to Boulder, you know, we do this nationally and beyond. That we just create the system where people get so trapped in this, and now we have to ask these trade-off questions like, man, like, it's tough that we're having to bear all these additional, you know, enforcement actions. And anyway, I guess my question is, can you just comment a little bit on how big of a burden is that system, the system of getting tickets and enforcement actions on kind of like the overall population that you see, such that if you imagined it went away because we actually had super great transit and you know, other mobility options and accessibility and proximity, you know, design that kind of like made it all disappear, can you just, like, you know, as a thought experiment, how healthy, or what kind of improvements would you see in, you know, health, or, and maybe I'm overstating it, or, you know, barking up the wrong tree, but I'm just curious if you could imagine that possibility that all the traffic enforcement goes away because the problems go away. What kind of impact does that have?
Wow, that's a big one. And I wonder if Teresa might be better, and maybe neither one of us can answer this question because it's a pretty big one. But I try to stay away from even giving an opinion about what we ought to be doing.
All right,
because
sorry.
It does put me in a little bit of an area where I try not to go, because I'm not a one who creates laws. The laws get created by the legislative branch, and the executive branch goes out and enforces them. The police department does, and then the judge is really designed to kind of, all right, you've now filed these cases in our court. But Teresa might have a comment because she's part of that executive and legislative branch. So I don't know if Teresa Taylor Tate wants to chime in.
Oh, look at that. I'm having trouble getting off of mute.
There you are. We can hear you.
No, you know, this is certainly a very large philosophical question. It would change the complexion of our prosecution office and our prosecution work significantly. And you know, we stand ready to do our part in both drafting the laws that enact your policy and the enforcement of those.
Fine. Okay. Sorry to make you both squirm. I guess I'll just leave it as a comment then, that it is interesting that we have a system built that so, I don't know, makes you squirm when we start talking about the changing it. But yeah, thanks for that, Jeff. And that's all I have for now.
I will say that we look at it, and I don't know how Teresa looks at it, but I view as our goal is to try to make sure that the community, it remains safe, so that if there are infractions that are causing people to be unsafe, we want to consequence that behavior. That's important. And if you didn't have the ability to consequence behavior where people are being made unsafe, you have to have that mechanism in place to some extent. My experience as a prosecutor long ago and now as a judge, I think that's important. But we also try to make it so that for those where it is just a minor infraction, you were going 65 in a 55-mile-per-hour zone, we don't want the penalty to be, you got to spend 3 hours in court with us, and we're going to give you a heavy fine, and we want you to go to a class and do a lot of things. It's a one and done, and we have opportunities for people to actually avoid coming to court entirely. So we try to make it efficient so that we're not overly hindering individuals in their daily lives who haven't really put us at risk.
Thanks for that. My next stop will be to go talk to our other folks in other departments who work on the root, more the systemic causes of the behaviors then. So thanks again.
All right. Well, not seeing any other hands raised. Judge Khan, thanks again so much for joining us, along with the other members of your team, Devon and others, for being here with us. And thanks for your extraordinary work that you do for our community.
I appreciate all of you too. It was interesting to watch what you all were doing tonight, so I appreciate it.
Excellent. All right. Well, that brings us to the end of our agenda. So I will thank everybody for a good meeting. It's good to be back together in the new year. And take care, and we'll see each other again next week online. Gavel is closed at 10:07. Meeting is adjourned.